Hello, hello! Now, a few things. Firstly, I am very excited to be getting into to Shadowbringers. Um, while I had my doubts, after finishing Endwalker, my opinions have evolved, and I think I'm still reasonably comfortable saying that Shadowbringers remains my favorite expansion. Not by a ton. I think Endwalker is very, very good. But yes, I'm very, very excited for this, and it means I get to play my main in an official capacity. Secondly, you likely didn't notice because it is very small, but I have spruced up a couple of the back-end elements of my stream. Namely, I completely redid my starting and ending scenes so that the back is separate from the text, which just means that I can tweak stuff easier. But that also meant I had to completely remake them from the ground up. The backing not included, mainly just the text. The back I was able to salvage because it's a checkerboard. And I could just copy paste and move it around. But all the text had to get redone. Because I didn't feel like spending 3 hours snipping them out from the old image. Yes, they're fully redone. Very, very, very similarly to their originals. Hence why, I doubt anyone would notice, but I spent time doing it. I'm gonna waste your time hearing about it. Or you can skip past, who knows. I also redid the AFK. In the same vein. More or less exactly the same, but now the text is not, incredibly fuzzy. I think that's a win. And I also added stream elements to it, so when I'm making a sandwich or whatever the fuck I'm doing, that'll pop up on the screen. At some point, I'll do something a bit more interesting with this, but let's see what else I did. I could have swore. Oh yeah, I also made it so that the AFK thing, if I'm playing something other than an MMO, I can have that appear in the little box in the middle instead of this fancy box being held only for MMOs. No, that's a thing. Yeah, no. So that's all the if you were there to see it, because I didn't have stream elements on my AFK. That's what I was talking about. All the things I was talking about doing with my my stream rebuilding bullshit. No, I think that wraps it up. For Shadowbringers, as I just mentioned, I will be playing as Dark Knight. I already have it figured out. When I will be performing that change. There is a very, very small chance that we get to it this stream because I'm not feeling great. I'm like 60-70%, but there's a chance the stream will end abruptly at some point, in which case I deeply apologize. I hope it doesn't happen, but here we are. But again, I really wanted to get into Shadowbringers. In all likelihood, I'll be doing this again tomorrow. Maybe not. We'll see. I hope I can. We'll see. But I think that about wraps up all the stuff I wanted to go over. So let us get right into it. Actually, before I speak to Taru, how about everyone else in the room? I'm afraid there's still no change in the Scion's conditions, and the means to wake them from their slumber yet eludes us. I pray this beacon at the Crystal Tower might guide us to an answer. Grandfather doubts his ability to contribute to the Scions, and try as I might, I cannot assuage his doubts. Would that Home was here, he would know what to say. Okay, so I wonder if this dialogue was different. I didn't actually... We're right in the middle period, right? Because about halfway through Shadowbringers is when I started really paying attention to background NPCs. But I wonder if this dialogue was different if you hadn't finished Doman Restoration, because my first time through this, I had ignored Doman Restoration. Now I have it done, and as part of Doman Restoration, all the Doman refugees go back to Doma. So I'm curious how that dialogue may have been different. Who knows? Everyone labors tirelessly to fulfill the Scion's duties in their absence, and yet I sometimes wonder what worth yet remains in these old bones of mine. I thought things couldn't get any worse when the Garleans were gearing up for war. Then word reached me that the Scions were in trouble. We need to find that beacon, and find it quick. I wonder if anything's in the solar. Our brothers and sisters are fallen, 'tis true, but duty will not afford us time to wallow in misery. Until they are returned to us, we must work twice as hard. My brother says he will work twice as hard in the Scion's stead, which likely means I must work thrice as hard if I am to match his pace. In light of the present condition of the Scions, even Riol has returned from a field. Never has there been a greater need to marshal our resources. I never realized just how critical a role the Archons played in all that we do here. It won't be easy to make up for their absence. You needn't worry about the Scions. Orker, my sister, and I have been keeping over them in shifts ever since they arrived to the Rising Stones. Okay, I can see that. I can see how that works grammatically. Fair enough. If only they would give some sign of stirring. I think that's everyone. I am going to take a peek in the solar, just in case. Unakalhai, are you going to be in here? He is in here. You got anything to say? He's got things to say, but nothing of interest. Alright, we're leaving. The Cypress Trench. Good news, Arntel. We've had a stroke of luck in our search for that beacon. Apparently, our colleagues have stumbled across a hidden path leading down into the hollows beneath the base of the Crystal Tower. A path I doubt we'd ever have found had the Ironworks and the Suns not added their numbers to the party. Thanks to them, we have eager eyes aplenty down there, checking under rocks and peering into every nook and cranny. Still, it sounds like there's a lot of ground to cover. Sounds like tedious work, but not as tedious as waiting around, I suppose. Exactly, so I was thinking we should go and lend a hand. The sooner we find this beacon, the sooner you can travel to wherever it is this mysterious voice is coming from. And the sooner we can work out how to find our friends. We have to find a way to wake them, and before the Empire comes calling again, meaning we have no time to lose. There's a boat in North Silvertier waiting to ferry people to the site, so let's be on our way. Wait a minute. No, those are completely illegible, and this is mostly illegible. You can probably read that, though. I'm not able to turn my brain off quite enough to auto-translate that. Unfortunate. I'm pretty sure it starts with A. So, who knows? I'm rolling the bike a lot recently. St. Quinoc Ferryman, you're a gate guard. I'll read this one, why not? Heading to the survey site, sir. It's on the eastern shore of the lake, and the swiftest way to get there is by boat. It wasn't worth it. Wasn't even a second text box. The Archons need our help. Next to that, even matters of the heart don't seem to matter. I have detected no slavering beasts in the vicinity my sister expected. Accepted. Fuck. Joke ruined. The Ironworks is out in force, Mr. Garland's orders. That towering edifice is the outer wall of the Crystal Tower's foundation, the labyrinth of the ancients, to be precise. Neat. The air here weighs heavily upon me. 'Tis little wonder, I suppose, when standing in the shadow of such an imposing structure. This is a tunnel, right? Is this fully encapsulated underground? I always thought it was. I'm pretty sure Totaro described it as a tunnel. Arentel, the search continues, so I have no doubt we shall find this beacon of yours. Please progress. Thank you.
Look how many people there are! Should we get to it then? Pick up anything that seems the least bit device-like, and we'll make ourselves a pile.
Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, maybe you'll change our look. We've found bugger all without you.
Biggs! Wedge!
Aye, aye. Well, we could hardly say no to a call for aid from the Scions. Jesse called it the chief of some other business. So we'll be working twice as hard to make up for his not being here.
Thrice as hard, even.
Thank you, both of you. I'm sure we'll find that beacon in no time.
I'm not seeing anything out here. Do you reckon you could squeeze in there, Wedge?
And get stuck halfway? No, thank you.
I could try if you like.
Tataru, no! We couldn't ask you to do that.
Oh, I'll be fine. This receptionist is not afraid to get her hands dirty.
I wonder if the graphics update will do something about this, like, artifacting, I think it's called, for, like, hair and fog and stuff. I've noticed it in a few games, actually. Hair tends to, like,
Sorry, I meant to
weirdly
say,
glimpse through the fog.
scholars haven't finished their preliminary assessment of the site yet, so we're not supposed to venture too far in. What's that you got there?
I don't know, it's shiny,
Now
it's
that
gear-shaped,
looks
and it
promising.
looks like it's got the ironworks on it. Or something akin to the ironworks.
Isn't that the Ironworks symbol? Counterfeiters?
Now I have you.
You are right.
What's happening?
Stay with me. Focus on my voice. Let expanse contract. Eon become instant.
Wait, this must be it. The device. Oh, this is supposed to happen.
Throw wide the gates that we may pass.
Safe journey, warrior of light. Find our friends and bring them home.
For showing me the dawn's light will shine again.
Oh, do not look at me so.
You're slaves to a tyrant. There's no freedom in that.
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you!
Your spirited accounts always comes in welcome changes.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Your time has not yet come.
From endless dreams I awake. Something vague, yet urgent, calls me to action once more.
Rare to meet someone out here who's not a peddler themselves. What brings you into the wilds this time of night?
Night? What do you mean night? But it's bright as day.
Well, if it ain't the oldest joke in the book. Me granddad, God's rest his soul, used to tell that one to the barman at kicking out time. And when, pray tell, did we last have a dark night? You rotten old drunk, you, he'd reply.
Dark night? Dark night? Hang on. That's it? I'm changing? Perfect time.
100 bleeding years ago, that's when. You got that look down to a T. I'd almost think you meant it. Ah, got to you, did they? Poor beggar. That explains it then. Well, I've roads to travel and wares to sell, but you best hurry along to the town nearby.
Chocobo.
Just head east through the trees and aim for the Shining Tower. You'll find the place soon enough. 'Tis the biggest settlement for malms around. Go on now, friend. They'll take good care of you in the Crystarium.
Dizzying heights it rises, the gleaming spire, its tip threatening to pierce the blinding canopy. There, it will all begin anew, between dark and light, the pure and the corrupt, the one true struggle.
I really like Tomorrow and Tomorrow. It's such a good theme. Ooh, I can't even mount up yet. That's nifty. I think it's because I'm technically in like an instanced version of, do I know what this is called Lakeland yet? Yeah, I do. And I love I really hope the next housing district is Crystarium housing, because I love the trees in Lakeland. I love this like violet and purple aesthetic for like, you know, the entire area. It is beautiful.
Halt!
If you say so.
Every face in this city I know. Yours, I do not. This is the threshold of the Crystarium, stranger, and I am its gatekeeper. If you would enter, you will answer my questions.
Sounds fair.
From where do you hail?
Eorzea. Aldenar. Do I know I'm on a different shard? I'm gonna go with Gridania. Because I don't know if it'd be reasonable for the Warrior of Light to assume they're on
Do you take me for
a different
fool?
shard yet.
No such place exists. Had you given me an honest answer, I would not have barred your way. We care little here for a person's place of origin. But instead, you chose concealment. And I will not suffer you to pass.
I get the ARR syndrome is a thing. But I really think the Warrior of Light should have, like, at least reached for their weapon there.
That one had eaten. It must have gulped down the whole hand. Ring and all.
Rib F. Big sad. I can't believe that the Brennant of this place is dead. Or Brennalt, or whatever his name is. Brendan.
Everything all right, Captain?
Hello,
Quite
suspicious
all right, my
man.
lord. Just a stray sin eater, and a weak one at that.
I see. Weak or not, we should be on the lookout for more. But I see you've met my guest. I will escort him to the Crystarium myself, if you've no objections.
Another of your mysterious friends, is it? I should have known. Very well. I'll inform the others your guest is to be given the run of the city. Pray forgive my less than cordial welcome. May the rest of your stay with us be a pleasant one.
Appreciate it.
Come with me. I will answer whatever questions you have when we're somewhere more private. Right then, before we plunge into the wheres and wherefores, let me first thank you for answering my summons.
You didn't give me much choice after you yoinked all my
I had intended
friends.
to bring you directly to my personal quarters, but I fear my aim was slightly off. That you are still able to make the crossing unharmed is a great relief. And so, we come to the question of where. The realm in which you now find yourself belongs to one of the 13 reflections, or shards. The first, to be precise, even if its inhabitants are largely oblivious to the fact. As to wherefore, having been awarded the rather grandiose title of Crystal Exarch, I, in my capacity as caretaker of the Crystarium, thought to seek the aid of you and your companions.
Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused?
An inkling, yes. I can only beg your forgiveness. Matters here forced my hand. But all shall be explained in due course, I promise you. Let us begin with the glaring skies up above. Here in the first, the world has been all but consumed by primordial light. It began a century ago, by this realm's reckoning. A luminous flood swallowing everything in its path. More than 9/10 of this star was lost. And the fortunate few who survived are hounded by abominations born of that catastrophe even now. Sin Eaters, we call them. The creature you saw earlier was one such monstrosity. It was to save the first from this menace that I learned to bridge the rift between worlds. That I might call upon the aid of the greatest of heroes. Though it meant depriving a world of its champion, I had to try. For in saving the first, you would bring salvation to the source as well. But what manner of host harangues his guests in the middle of the road? Let us continue our talk within the Crystarium.
For a second there, I thought we were going to get a extremely early meanwhile. It has been a minute since I watched the opening to Shadowbringers.
sole sanctuary for the living in a world all but resigned to oblivion. Each stone was laid with hope. The town itself a symbol, a monument to defiance in the face of death. No would-be hero could fail to answer its call. For who among us does not yearn for salvation?
Amaro. I really like the Amaro. The Amaro is one of my favorite mounts in the game. It's come up in my mount roulette a few times, actually. Pain in the ass to get, though. Only way to get the Amaro mount is to level every job, sans Reaper and Sage, to 80. Which, from a new account, that is a feat. And here we are. Welcome, my friend, to the Crystarium. Now, a full and frank discussion in the privacy of my study would seem to be in order. But I think our conversation would be more meaningful were you first to gain a firmer grasp of the situation here. To that end, I would like you to visit a few of the Crystarium's civic leaders, and glean something of this world and its predicament. As you can see, this path will take you directly to the Aetheryte, a convenience with which I am sure you are only too familiar. Being the rightful object of my summoning spell, you should in theory be able to reach all the way back along your etheric trail and find a connection in the source, believe it or not. I strongly suggest you complete this attunement before venturing any further. After you have done so, walk up the steps next to the Aetheryte and head out to the left to arrive in the Crystalline Mean. This is where you'll find our collective of crafters and gatherers, as well as their spokeswoman, Catelys, one of the people I should like you to meet. Another is Morin. To reach him and his Cabinet of Curiosity, you'll want to avoid the aforementioned steps, take the exit on the left, and simply continue straight along and down until you come to the large doors at the end of the path. The third and final person I should like you to meet is Bragi, our man in charge of trade and distribution. He is to be found in the markets, which you can access from the opposite side of the Aetheryte Plaza. In seeking out each of my colleagues, you will visit the major districts of the city and hopefully gain a feel for the place. I trust my directions were simple enough. Crystal clear. Very good. I concede the layout of the Crystarium owes more to historic necessity than planning, but I'm sure you'll learn its twists and turns before long. In all honesty, the true challenge may be finding the right way to approach its citizens. As you discovered during your encounter with the captain, the people of this world are unaware of the existence of other stars, and will struggle to accept the truth of your origin. That being the case, when they ask whence you hail, as they inevitably will, I suggest you claim to share a homeland with the Crystal Exarch. There is an unspoken rule here about peering too deeply into that particular mystery. When you've finished making the rounds, pray meet me in the large courtyard at the center of the town. Until then. Right, first question. Can you find him in the courtyard before you finish all the tasks? And what will he say if you can? This way. That's how that works. Attune? I don't have to attune. What are you talking about? By focusing your senses, you detect the flow of vastly different currents of aether. Your connection to these energies is faint but stable, and should allow teleportation to aetherites in the source. I'm gonna go to the mean first. I really should get around to setting up like proper controller layouts, at least for a couple of my jobs. Rare to see a place so well stocked with goods, isn't it? But not here. I'm going to guess you're new to our fair city. Well, for what it's worth, you've chosen a fine sanctuary. The Exarch can throw up a barrier if the Sin Eaters come knocking. So it's a damn sight safer in here than it is out there. Safer and more civilized, too. Thanks to us and the mean, we work together to procure materials and resources and craft the goods which make city life possible. This is the place to visit if you need a coat mended or a kettle forged. Just don't go thinking it'll all be handed to you on a silver plate like those Yulmorian layabouts. Here in the Castarium, we work for a living. Though I see you're no stranger to honest labor. You don't have the whiff of indolence about you that some folk, like some folk I've met. Still, I can't quite pin down your profession. Where is it you're from? Same place as the Crystal Exarch. One of the Exarch's countrymen, you say? I see. Well then, I'll work twice as hard to make you feel welcome. Our city wouldn't even exist if it weren't for him, and any friend of his is a friend of ours. It's really quite incredible when you think about it. They say his grand magics summoned the Crystal Tower into existence, pulled the entire thing out of thin air. It wasn't long before droves of refugees began congregating around its base, desperate for shelter after losing their homes to the flood. And that's how the Crystarium began. At the Exarch's invitation, buildings started going up with the help of some curious relics brought forth from the tower. The place gradually expanded into the thriving metropolis you see today. The city's stood here for decades now, yet the eldest among us swear the Exarch looks exactly the same as he did back then. He is indeed a man of many mysteries, but for all his secrecy, he has never yet let us down. So, if he and you wish to remain silent about your shared homeland, then the folk here will respect your wish for privacy. I am, however, more than a little curious to see any crafting talent you might be hiding. If you've aught to contribute on that front, be sure to come back and visit once you've had a chance to settle in. Just ask for Catless, and I'll find you a niche here in the Crystalline Mean. You can help us keep the cogs of the city greased and turning. Your exchange with Catless has taught you about life in the Crystarium. Neat. You know what? I could skip all the running and just... Actually, can I? Will it let me use the Aetheryte network? I'm very curious. I'm going to find out. It will! Hey, that's convenient. The Abyss Q will take us around. We'll see everything eventually. Don't even worry about it. I'm not going to do it. For a moment, I was tempted to talk to all of these, like, city folk. I'm not doing it. Very, very tempting. Extremely tempting. But, technically outside the scope of what I'm doing here. And probably not even worth it. I'm sure mixed in around there is something deeply interesting, but... excuse me, sir. Are you recently come to the city, perchance? I'm quite familiar with our... I'm quite familiar with our civic roles, you see, and, well, But what I mean to ask is, have you brought any books with you? A rumpled scroll, even a scrap of scribbled-on parchment? I've got some tomestones. My apologies. Literature is something of an obsession of mine, as well as a profession. Librarian Morin at your service, and this humble collection is known as the Cabinet of Curiosity. As your powers of perception have likely informed you, my colleagues and I are responsible for curating all manner of tomes, documents, and other vehicles for the written word. As horrific as the loss of life and land wrought by the flood unquestionably was, the damage to recorded knowledge was no less catastrophic. We few do all we can to preserve what wisdom survived. But tell me, what brings you to the cabinet today? Looking for any title in particular? May have a spot of academic research. Oh, so you have an interest in modern history. Splendid. A thorough review of recent events can often yield novel perspectives, I quite agree. If you would prefer something visual to accompany the account, then I think I have an illustrated history book for children somewhere. Just a moment, and I'll fetch it for you. Maybe I should have saved this for last. Hang on. And here we are. Would you like to pull up a chair, make yourself more comfortable? on with the lesson then. A 100 years ago, or near enough not to matter, villains known as the Warriors of Light slew the Shadowkeeper, the Steward of Darkness. In the wake of this tainted deed, light began to pour into the world as if from unseen cracks. It pooled and swelled without cease, until the day an enormous, blinding wave rose up and swept across our star. We called this calamity the Flood of Light, and everything it touched was leached of life and vigor, leaving naught behind but a luminous wasteland. Yet just when it seemed that all would be lost, a savior appeared before us. The Oracle of Light, she stood twixt us and the approaching doom, and by her power did she stay the flood. Thus was Novrent, and Novrent alone spared the fate of erasure. Tragedy would, however, arrive in another form. From the blasted emptiness descended horrors of strange and terrible aspect to bedevil the few folk who survived. These sin-eaters were light incarnate, and their fulgurant presence stole the night from Novrent's sky. Even now they circle the remaining bastions of civilization, ever on the hunt for us, ever hungering for our flesh. And thus did the world become what it is. Should you ever wish to hear the tale again, I would be glad to retell it for you. Or if you would rather I speak of other matters, that too would be my pleasure. I should be glad to be the company. Your exchange with Morin has taught you about the Flood of Light. This way. No. This way. There we go. Man, what is walking around Thrall gonna be like? Oh, I'm excited. Like, oh man, I'm excited. New to the city, friend? The spinning head and wide eyes gave you away. Welcome. My name is Bragi, and I'm the master of these markets. They gave the district another official title, but I'm not in the habit of using it. Too florid by half. In any case, our merchants stock a range of equipment for drawns such as yourself, so finding something in your size shouldn't be a problem. Actually, I'm actually an RA. Must be a dialect I'm not familiar with. Let's see if we can straighten this out. See those two in front of us? The shorter one is a hume, and the taller one is an elf. The sturdy individual over there is a glad gent, whilst the one with the horns is a drawn, like you. And then we have the large, scaly chaps with long nails and a knack for raising livestock. Those would be the Zun. Which is apparently not the name you know them by. Now I'm curious to know which far-flung region you hail from. That would be the same as the Exarch. Ah, the same as the Exarch, eh? Well, that explains it. You don't get much further flung than that. We've had a few of your lot pass through in recent years, and despite their obvious learning, they floundered over the simplest things. But not to worry, should you find yourself confused by the local language or customs, I'll be here to answer your questions. Your exchange with Bragi has taught you about the peoples of the First. You missed a couple, like the Lalafell, and the Mikwote, and the Vieira, all of which are somewhere around the Crystarium. Not to mention, like, stuff like the kobolds, the goblins, who knows what else. You know what? I never checked to see if he was there before I started talking to people. Oof. Now I'll never know. Oh well. Well, how did you fare? Did my colleagues help you form a clearer picture of this world and its people? Well, that's convenient. Yes, it seems you were treated to a most thorough introduction. I understand it was something of a chore, but it was necessary that you grasp these things before we proceed. As for the Crystal Tower's origin, you may have noted that details were sparse. The structure is, in fact, the selfsame one you know from the source, transported to the First in its entirety. It was my first attempt at breaching the boundaries between worlds, something of a trial run for your eventual crossing. And although I did not know which era I tore it from, I do know that its arrival served to set the wheels of fate in motion. Yo, what if it's a plot point in later MSQs? Oh yeah, the fucking Crystal Tower? Yeah, it's fucking gone, dude. GG. Deleted. You've done as I requested and learned something of the world in which you find yourself. Now it's time I fulfilled my half of the bargain and explained what has befallen your comrades. This is a conversation I would rather have in the privacy of my quarters. However, I must go on ahead, head to the tower and organize a few things. But I shall see that the guards know to admit you. Wait, no shit. Well, yes, of course. It can be opened and closed just like any other. Does that seem strange to you? I know not how the tower functioned in your time, but I assure you there is no danger of us being locked inside. I wanted to choose the second one. I'm putting the controller away. I'm upset now. If it's worth anything, I chose the Graha Tia one my first time through. What did happen to Graha? He should have been here. Hypothetically, at least, unless like when it was taken from, he wasn't there anymore, or who knows. Greetings, sir. The Exarch awaits you within. Let's go.
Welcome to the Ocular, my private study. We can speak here without fear of being overheard. I have much to explain, but the truths which I must touch upon in doing so would cause only distress and confusion to the people of this world.
Sorry.
Pray keep that in mind. Now, I am sure you are desperate to know the fate of your fellow scions. To put it simply, they are here in the First. Their arrival, however, was not as recent as you may imagine. Here, time flows at a different pace from that of the Source. In the space of a single hour in your home world, an entire year might pass in the First. and the reverse could also be true. The pace fluctuates without rhyme or reason, and it cannot be predicted. That said, we seem to be entering a period of near equivalence, and thus, for the moment, you need not overly concern yourself with the passage of time. As for your companions, however, Y'shtola and Urianger have dwelled here for 3 winters, all told, while Thancred's count stands at 5.
Oh my god, that's
Even
how
our
they
more
could do a
recent
time skip.
arrivals, Alphino and Alize, have lived in the first for almost a year.
They could do a time skip where the Warrior of Light and some few of the Scions goes to another reflection, and things are going normal. They're doing normal shit on, like, the 4th or whatever. And meanwhile, like, 3 years, 4 years pass on the Source. If they're ever gonna do a time skip, I think that that's how they're gonna do it. Okay. Anyway, back to the relevant matters at hand.
My intention had been to summon only you, but the art of reaching across worlds has proven exceedingly difficult to master. Thus it was that my fumbling hand closed upon those to whom your fate is most closely bound as well. As they were not the object of my summons, their transference was incomplete. Though they may appear to possess corporeal bodies, they are, in truth, merely spirits that one can see and touch. Consequently, while you yourself will be able to pass between worlds with relative freedom, they will not. Much as it grieves me, they are stranded here, unable to return.
Then find a way to send them back.
We spent every waking hour searching for a way to reverse the summoning. In the beginning, at least. As you may have surmised, however, our efforts met with little success. And then we all but abandoned the endeavor once Urianger shared with us the vision he had witnessed during his journey through the rift. In that chaotic no-man's land between realms, time and space warp and blend in unexpected ways. What Urianger saw was the future, that which would one day come to pass. In his vision of tomorrow, the first was rejoined with the Source. This collision of worlds brought about the 8th umbral calamity and the deaths of countless multitudes. Amongst those who perished, Urianger clearly saw the fall of the Scion's mightiest champion. He watched you die.
Oof.
And thus did the Scions embrace their exile, and began searching this world for a means to forestall the coming catastrophe in yours. Their souls are stranded in the first, yes, but they have fought on, desperate to save their home and you from destruction. Nor have their efforts been in vain, for it was they who finally established that the elimination of the Sin Eaters will indeed serve to prevent the calamity. Considering these circumstances of our meeting, you would be forgiven for doubting my version of events. And so, before all else, I would suggest you track down your comrades and hear the tale from their lips. I shall of course be happy to assist in these reunions, and you need not make any decisions regarding your involvement until you are certain of where you stand. Meanwhile, I promise I will not rest until I have found a way to help your friends return home. What say you? Have I earned your trust for the moment, at least?
For the moment.
Excellent. You will not regret this. With that settled, we shall have to see about getting you ready for the road. Traveling across the rift has no doubt left you weary. I will arrange for a room where you might rest in comfort. While it's being prepared, perhaps I can show you around.
The Crystarium boasts a number of residential districts, but I have been informed that a room was just made available at the Pendants, which, as it turns out, is perfect. Our path there will take us past the markets, and I was hoping to give you my own introduction to their wares. Come along.
This is the Musica Universalis, the commercial heart of the Crystarium. What you might need to prepare for your journeys can be purchased here. Ah, yes. You must be curious about the currency. Fear not. The gil you carry will serve you well enough. Each nation once minted its own coins, but 'twas all a jumbled mess following the flood. After much debate, the local merchants eventually elected to revert to the old ways, wherein a coin's value was decided by the worth of its metal. As for a unit of measurement, we agreed upon the term gil, a word borrowed from coins uncovered within the Crystal Tower here. And as our traders peddled their wares across the land,
is that an
so
umbrella
too did
made
our
out of
usage
glass?
gil become common
That's
practice.
several umbrellas made out of glass?
From
Excuse
what
me?
your stola tells me, a standard coin from the source equates to exactly 1 gil here, or near enough not to matter.
Or
Our way of life has
alternatively,
benefited greatly from the artifacts we recovered from the tower.
the most minor of spoilers, there is a mob out in Lakeland, and if not another location, where the wings do look similar enough. So maybe it is made from that. Very possible. Anyway, back to it.
Some of which may be familiar to you.
No, 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 no! No more tombstones! Get it away from me!
But I fear it would not be practical for us to provide everything to which you are accustomed. You shall need a means to access the commodities of your homeworld. Avan Kerm Sin?
Are you there, my friend?
Yes, I'm here. Of course I'm here. What amusements do you have for me today?
Oh look, it's the best character.
My dear Feo Ul, paragon of pixie kind. For you, I have the most vital task. This fine gentleman is a friend from a distant realm. And we have need of a means to ferry things back and forth from his home. Might you be able to assist us in this matter?
You came from beyond, didn't you? From beyond the rift?
It's kind of neat, isn't it?
How wonderfully exciting! What a brave and reckless and marvelous thing you did! You've the heart of a pixie, you do. A After careful consideration, I have decided to grant you my assistance. Make a pact with me and the fun can begin. But answer me this, traveler. Did your garments come with you when you crossed over? Your teeth? Your nails?
I would assume so. Pretty sure.
Just as I thought! Then you've a good stout connection with your home through which all your belongings, great and small, may easily pass. From this moment forth I will be your Isne Fis, and you my Sne Yak. Like the branch which sprouts from the sapling, our bond will flow unbroken from one to the other. Raise your hand. Tis done. We are bound now, dearest sapling. Come then. Make your request. Tell me your desire. I wish to visit this world of yours.
Mayhap a message to your friends in the Source to inform them of your safe arrival.
Send a message to Tataru.
Consider it done.
As you heard, that was Feo Uld of the Pixies. Their kind possess an affinity for magic akin to that of arcane beings. They rarely show themselves in populated areas, but Feo is insatiably curious even by Pixie standards, and seems to have taken a liking to the Crystarium. Right, we were going to organize a room for you, weren't we? Come along.
Yeah, it's gotta be one of those creatures, because I don't know, because like, why else would you have an umbrella that looks like that in a world that hasn't invented plastic? Actually, what are tombstones made out of? As a result, why was that automated? That's a system pop-up. It was just saying that you've unlocked the market board, basically. Hello. Welcome to our fine home away from home, the Wandering Stairs, where we serve the finest ale you'll ever find this side of the Crystarium, courtesy of the facet of nourishing, of course. Ah, there you are. I was just finalizing the matter of your accommodation. You'll have a private room here at the Pendants for the duration of your stay, to make use of as you see fit. When you are ready to retire, the manager will show you to your lodgings. Pray, rest and recuperate, and we shall reconvene in the ocular anon. I believe that covers all the practical concerns. Thank you for answering my call, Arentel. We are denied the comforting blanket of night, but may peaceful dreams attend you nonetheless. A pleasure to meet you, sir, and welcome to your new home at the Pendants. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. And this is probably my favorite in-room in the game. Just period. Second is probably Limsa's Inn. Limsa's Inn is pretty good. I'm really excited to see what the in-room for Dawntrail is going to look like. That's got some good possibilities. You? Oh no, I'm in automatic mode. Shit. Did I miss anything? Oh, thank goodness. You?
I know you. You're the warrior of light from the Source.
Oh, he probably even said you. I didn't hear it. The Warrior of Darkness. Long time no see, buddy. It's been, what, a few months?
Did you just... You can hear me?
Is that not normal?
Gods, how long has it been? That was what I called myself in your world. The Warrior of Darkness.
The shit?
My real name is Ardbert. I used an alias in the source. A daft one, looking back.
Didn't they say Ardbert at least once, at least during that ending sequence?
Recall my tale. It was my comrades and I who caused the flood.
I'd have to check my old VOD. 'Cause I know when it would have been said.
Our home doomed. And so we listened to the Ascians. Let them guide us to the source and try to hasten their goddamned ardor. I remember when we fell, defeated by you and yours. I remember our audience with Minfilia. How she listened to our pleas and returned our souls to the First. The flood was poised to swallow Norvrand. Minfilia and my friends, they surrendered what little they had left to hold it back. Just faded away, leaving me to bear witness.
Alright, can you give me the condensed history of the past 100 years?
Do you know the year? How much time has passed since we caused the flood?
Alright, so I guess it all just became a blur then. Fair enough. Understandable. It's been a long time. Long time of being able to do functionally nothing.
100 years. 100 long years. My hands find no purchase. My gestures catch no eye, and my pleas, be they whispered or screamed, reach not a single ear. I am a shade, cursed to do naught but drift. I feel as if I've been walking forever. I hardly noticed when my mind and body began to fray at the edges. Then bang! My senses were sharp again. I felt like a fish being reeled in, and before I knew it, I found myself in this room. Why is it that you can see me? What are you even doing here, come to that?
Saving the world. It's kind of my thing. I'm gonna push back the light, or something like that. I don't know. I gotta prevent the calamity somehow.
You were summoned to save the First.
Yeah, more or less.
A waste of time. This world is beyond saving, like those who try to save it.
I've done impossible things before.
Muddled as my mind may be, I've not forgotten that. But if fate has brought me to you, the one person in this God's forsaken world who can see and hear me, then perhaps there is a reason I endured. If I can find out why I was left behind, then maybe I can bring this journey of mine to an end. Well, I'll be watching, Warrior of Light. But do me a favor. Be careful out there. This world has had its fill of heroes.
Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say. I can't imagine that laying on your back would be very comfortable if you had a tail like an Ara. All those like sharp scales and stuff. Mind you, laying on your side is also kind of out of the question, you know, given the horns. Sorry, I'm just fidgeting with my microphone. Are those people? They are. You got a paladin and a bard. Decent glamours, both of them. Except I think Mr. Paladin's just in artifact gear, but you know what? There aren't very many artifact sets which all look bad, so... And that is certainly not one of them. Master Arentel, the Exarch awaits within. I read a goddamn gate guard, damn it. I was doing so well, too.
Ah, how did you find your new quarters? I trust you were able to rest.
I had a talk with Casper. I had a ghostly visitor. Anything to do with you?
I was not aware the room was haunted, and you were rather tired. Well, should you receive another visitation, be sure to let me know. Now, let us return to the subject of the Scion's whereabouts. This map shows the lands of Norvrand, the only area to be spared the flood of light. The Crystarium is here, in the region known as Lakeland. To the north is the fairy kingdom of Ilmeg. That is where you'll find Urianger. To the east lies the once prosperous civilization of Rak-Tika. Your Stola is stationed there, in the heart of the forest. Alas, neither location can be reached without considerable difficulty. As such, I would suggest you first seek out one of the twins, each of whom is stationed but a short flight from the Crystarium. Alphino is on Calusia, an island off the western shore. It is home to a city called Yulmor, where the rich and privileged while away their days in idleness. For his part in furthering our cause, Alphino journeyed there to meet with the citizenry and forge alliances. From what I hear, he has since kept himself busy gathering information around the main settlement. Alize, meanwhile, traveled south to the arid wastes of Armareng. They lie upon the very edge of the inhabitable world, where the flood of light was halted. Those who dwell there live in constant fear of attack by the Sin-Eaters. In contrast to her brother, Alize felt that her energies would better be spent learning about the enemy, and thus she sells her services as a guard, both to hone her skills and gather information on our foe. So, will it be Calicia or Armarang? It matters not which you choose to visit first. Simply inform me once you've made your decision, and I will see to it that you are provided with a suitable mount.
Given the circumstances upon which we were separated, I'm probably going to go with Calusia.
You must be wondering about Thancred. He has taken up with a new companion, and is presently engaged as a wandering hunter of Sin-Eaters. Being ever on the move, his whereabouts are often difficult to ascertain, but I am certain your paths will cross ere long.
Off to Amarang. Ready to depart for Amarang, Alisaie will be overjoyed to see you safe. I know she was particularly concerned with your well-being. She impressed upon me how regrettable the timing of her summoning was, repeatedly. I only hope that my part in sending you to her will garner me some measure of forgiveness. Here, this is a letter of introduction addressed to a man named Cassard, the master of a merchant caravan. There are few who know the ways of the desert as well as he does. Find him at the Amaro launch, and he will see that you reach your destination. Off to the Amaro launch. I'm going to warp directly there, save myself some time. You do. Hello, Cassard. If you've come looking for work, I might have a spot for another guard. Oh, a friend of the Exarch, hoping to meet someone in Amarang, are you? Then I shall be your guide. I was about to set off for our outpost there, as a matter of fact, so we can leave right away, assuming you have everything you need. All set, then off to the Unforgiving Sands we go. You can now travel to Amarang. Speak with the Ardroit Amaro Tamer to fly to the desert. You can also use Aether Compass, yada yada yada. You actually can't fly in either Calusia or Amarang until you're almost done with the base MSQ, so... Which I'm fine with, right? I actually never unlock flying in like 90% of zones until I'm done with the MSQ completely. So
I spoke with a sun-weathered elder. He told me Amarang meant majestic land in the language of his people. And so it might still be, were it not for the light's unrelenting onslaught.
I really, really hope I never slip and call the Exarch by a different name, because that would be so rough if, like, Kai just happened to be lurking. Because they're, like, a really far way away from hearing the, you know... But I do believe my dinner is here. If not, it will be so extremely soon. So, and it's, you know, it's been about an hour. So I am going to go AFK for a bit. Check on how that's going. Maybe eat something. Should be back within 15 minutes, give or take. We'll see. Maybe less if it turns out my food isn't here, and then I would, you know, it'll be like a 3-4 minute thing, and I'll just take another break shortly after. We'll see how it works out. So I will leave you with one of the better World Zone track. Honestly, though, I think in the entirety of the game, there's only one World Zone track I'm not a huge fan of, and it's only the day theme, and it's in Endwalker. So we got some time before we get to it, but I will be back before too long, and in the meantime, I will leave you with the OST for Amarang. I've been gone for a minute. What is it, like 25 minutes? Not ideal, but hey. I'm back. It only took me too long. I've had dinner. I've drank something. I walked around for a while. So I'm ready to push forward. I'm going to have to add timestamps to the VOD, because that's a chunk, man. Woof. No matter how many times I come here, the heat never fails to catch me off guard. Don't be surprised when the temperature drops at night, though. The sky is still bright, of course, but it gets brisk enough to make you shiver. Now, the Exarch's letter said I was to take you to the inn at Journey's Head, which is where this Alize friend of yours is staying. But that's a fair old distance, so I propose we make a stop in Mordsuk to break up the trek, allowing me to attend to some business and you to enjoy the local hospitality. Sound good? Good. Alright, Eula, I'm off, and I better not see the goods covered in sand when I get back. Right, we head southwest, straight as an arrow. Straight as an arrow? Well, you know what arrows do, right? Hang on just a moment. Where is it? I would never take it off my favorites. Oh, it's the first option. Just for the time being. Just for, like, I don't know, maybe until I do the job swap. I'll keep my very own Amuro as my primary mount. I went right past him. The arrow flew too high. Hello. Stop here a moment. This is your first visit to Amarang, is it not? But before you cross the River of Sand, you need to turn around and feast your eyes on that. Talking about the ruins we just came out of? Why is it on auto? I just want to drink some fucking water, man. Christ. They built them big, didn't they? That's Quasar Shal, a fortress meant to protect the northern reaches of Nabath Arang. Seeing what was left behind, I believe it when they say that it was once one of Navrant's mightiest nations. Please turn it off. At least until the flood came along. Great chunks of Nabath Arang's lands were lost to the light, its great city included. The few who survived didn't see much point in staying. Most of them, anyway. No, not many chose to come here. Not many choose to come here these days. Not with everything in ruins. Even that hulking great fortress has become little more than an Amaro roost for me and my caravan. But not everywhere is as deserted as this place. So just wait until you see Mordsuk. Let's press on, shall we? Sorry. No, I'm good. Here we are, Mordsuk. By the blessed shadow, I love this town. Mordsuk, not just full of Mord, but Humes and all manner of others too. It has long been a refuge for folk displaced by the flood, so the population is nothing if not diverse. Oh, have you been in Mord before? They might look like shifty little blighters, but a more welcoming lot you could not wish to meet. Speaking of which, we should pay our respects to Master Gengen. I'll go ahead and let him know you've arrived. We've arrived. Jinjin? Or Kinjin? Gelgel. Gengen. Go on, introduce yourself to Master Gengen. So this is a Mord.
Master Gengen, this is the friend of the Exarch I was telling you about.
Very good, very good. Though friend or no, all are welcome in Mord's.
Souk is Mordish for city. As things stand, this souk boasts the largest and busiest marketplace in all Armorang. You'll find ore from the mines here, of course, but all manner of other things too. Many of them rare. As I told you before, not many visit Armorang by choice, but Mord Souk's a different story. Merchants come from miles around to purchase the relics the Mord dig up.
Aye, that they do. For Mord do not dismiss the spoils of the earth. We clean them and polish them and reveal to the world their true value. That is why they come here, come from far away, come with much money. And so our souk is always busy, busy, busy. No such thing as a thing no one needs.
You say that every time, Master Gengen. Some sort of family motto, wasn't it? Or perhaps a Mord philosophy, for which we should all be very grateful. Would that everyone was so willing to take in refugees regardless of race or creed. Now then, if you intend to spend any time here, you'll want to gain the trust of the locals. And there's a little custom all newcomers are expected to observe.
The cracking of the coin purse. You buy one thing from the market. Price can be low or high, just as long as you buy.
As the good Mord says. In fact, the Exarch sent a little something to cover this very expense.
Fucking love the Mord, man. They're great.
A Verbert gold piece, no less. The first I've held in years.
Verbert gold? Real Verbert gold?
Here, newcomer, crack your coin purse with me.
Oh no, you want my goods, newcomer? I have jars and pots all smooth and shiny.
Over here! Come and look!
You wait.
Enough of that! Calm, I say! This one must still journey through the barrens. Nothing bulky, nothing heavy, no pots.
What if I want a pot, though? I got like absurdly deep pockets, man. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Spend that piece at Ronron's place, yes? Eat for 3 before you leave.
Ronron's shop is best for eating. Crack your coin purse and gorge on the delicious delicacies. A full Voberite honor seems a bit rich for buying a dented pan or a bowl of worms. Did the Exarch lose you at cards or something? I mean, depending on how you will look at it, he really did lose the cards a few times. Well, welcome to Ronron's, traveler. I have wares to empty your purse and fill your belly. Take your time, stare and sniff before you choose, but no drooling on the merchandise, yes? Browse Ronron's wares. Let's see, we've got worms. I think I'm good, appreciate it. Everyone's favorite, plump white worms slathered in honey. Once you eat a glazed wriggler, you'll never want any other treat. Think I'm good. Bread. I call that mush loaf. The middle is stuffed with bittersweet cactus fruits, so even if the bread dries out, it's still moist inside. Keeps you going in the heat. Alright, that doesn't sound terrible. That's my ever-burning bounty, made from the best parts of the lizard, cured with special spicy spices. Some find the smell challenging, but it'll warm you up on chilly desert nights. So, like, jerky? Oh, no, it's a cured meat, so it's like akin to like salami or something. Alright, fair. I'll pass. Oh, you'll like those chewy skewers. Find small frogs hiding under rocks, spear with stick, then roast over fire. Crackly on the outside, gooey on the inside. Perfect for snacking. I think I'm good. I'll pass. I think the bread or the meat are the only things likely to not actually kill me. Oh, for fuck's sake. They all look tasty, yes. Which to choose? Which to choose? I mean, they put the two best options on top, so I think I'm gonna go with I'm gonna go with the ever-burning bounty. Yes, put some spice in your step. You won't feel the cold this night, and probably not the next one either. You have the cold? And done. One Vobright honor buys you 10 sides of lizard meat. Every last mouthful. I think I'll share the rest. Our visitor invites us to a feast. Let us give thanks for his great generosity and small appetite. Consider your coin purse cracked. I'm pleased to accept your custom, and Gen will be pleased that you honored us. Keeping your merchandise down, yes. No returns. I am honored to have been chosen. Go to Gen and let him know that your coin purse has been most decidedly cracked. Alright. Alright. I've never seen anyone eat so much of Ron's cuisine in one sitting. You have a stronger stomach than I. I was watching from here, Antel. You honored our custom with great relish. You will always be welcome in Mordsuk. If you ever need anything in Amarang, we are here to provide. Cracking the coin purses is only the beginning. We have wares for every occasion, so feel free to spend to your heart's content. Gah, you have courage, my friend. Ron's wares are more exotic than harmful, but I don't envy you the bellyache you'll have on the morrow. Right, now that you've eaten, I expect you're eager to get back on the road. Would you mind if we delayed our departure a touch? I have a few deals left to close before I can conclude my business here in Mordsuk. I'm sure I can find something to do. Oh, offering your services, are you? Aye, well, an assistant would certainly help hurry things along. I have a receipt here for some goods that need picking up from the market. All properly paid for. You just need to do the lifting and carrying. Alright. Fucking annoying, man. Alright. I'll go and take care of some last-minute haggling then. See you in a bit. It should be good now. Key items. Wahoo. cured leather. What do you mean invalid target? I have to interact with it first? Hungry again already? You have a strong stomach, friend, but I wouldn't eat those. Huh? Is this not one of the things I need? Whatever. Okay, I have to, like... Oh. Fine. Table cactus, Thonthon, iron ore, thol toll, the authoring antiques, mill, to be collected from Mool. Alright, nothing from Ron then. Fair enough. Zinzin. Latgear is not one of the people I need to talk to. I'm getting on the fucking Amaro. Ah, Thonthon. You came in with Cassard, yes? Good. I can finally stop thinking about that sack, please. Take your prickly purchase. Mool. Wasn't he one of the people? Oh, that's right. It's this guy gotten from this guy. Okay, fair. Wasn't there a second thing from Thonthon, though? Or was there multiple Thontons? Hey, no touching that merchandise is spoken for. You couldn't possibly change my mind with a better offer. What? Cassard sent you? Why didn't he say so? I wouldn't dream of selling his goods to a higher bidder. Oh, no. The Bothering relics, wasn't it? All packed in that box there. Handle with care. He meets around the back. And Gunbreakers got the right idea. They don't. There. Not there. There's Zen. It's not that leather. Here we go. That's a good deal, don't worry. I don't think this is it, though, right? Hands off, that water is for Mill's foot bath, unless you have coin for barter. Oh, you work for Cassard? Mul has his antiques all boxed up and ready for transport. Oh, here it is. Crate of iron ore. Cassard sent you, did he? Right, yes. What kind of ore was it again? Iron ore? Iron ore, of course. That would explain this box I have here. It's all yours. Where is he? There he is. Don't tell me you've been around the entire market already. I can fly. I have my very own Amaro. Don't ask how. Aye, that's the lot. All right, good work. And quick work, too, considering you've not set foot in this place before. I'd thought you wanted to sit in the city like the Exarch. But something tells me you're not a stranger to visiting strange lands. Unfortunately, your efficiency presents something of a problem. I'd hoped to conclude all my business before you returned, but it seems there's been some confusion over one of the orders I placed. I'll have to drag in my middleman and sort this mess out. I'm sorry to make you sit around and twiddle your thumbs. Cassard, it feels like it's been an age since I last saw you. Well, if it isn't the lovely Tesseline. It has been a while, but your timing couldn't be better. This gentleman was on his way to meet with Alize. I'm supposed to be taking him to your corner of the desert, but a misplaced order has commandeered my attention. Wait, I know who you are. Alize has told me so much about you. You're Arentel, aren't you? I knew it. How wonderful to meet you in the flesh after hearing all those stories. I'm Tesseline. I work as a carer at the inn, and I've gotten to know Alize quite well since she took up guard duties there. Do you want me to take over as Arentel's guide, Cassard? My shopping's all done and packed for the road, so it would be no trouble. That would be a great help, thank you. Well, it looks like you'll be able to head straight out after all. My caravan and I will be in the area for a while yet. Seek me out when you've had your fill of Amarang, and I'll send you back to the Crystarium. Take care with your desert crossing and good. Take care with your desert crossing and good fortune with meeting your friend. I'll be around when you're ready to head back to the Exarch. Alize has been desperate to see you, Arentel. So let's get you to her sooner rather than later. The inn isn't too hard to find, really. You can actually see the top of the rock spires from here. I think so. We just need to swing around the ridge, then head south. Come on, I'll get my supplies together and meet you outside. Oh, that's it. Yeah, I guess you can. All set. I should probably mention the wildlife. Most of them will leave you be if you keep your distance. The local coyotes have learned to prey on folk heading home from the markets. I can usually swing a sword well enough to fend them off, but I may have loaded myself down with too many bargains today. You think you can handle any beasts that try and make a meal of us? I thought you might. Alize was always saying how much you... I mean, let's get going, shall we? Oh, that's just unfortunate. Sorry, there wasn't much time to shout a warning. Were you bitten? Those things can be nasty. And yet hardly a match for you, it seems. I always thought Alize was strong, but in her mind, she was never... now it makes sense. Well, we should push on. It might be best if you scout ahead and clear out any coyotes that have our scent. I'll wait here so you can fight without any distractions. Gunbreaker's already on it. Oh, thank goodness you're back. I could hear the wind howling, and I could hear the howling and snarling from here. Frightful creatures. Let's hope the rest have seen your handiwork and know to avoid us now. I need to get these supplies back to the inn. What a curious character. This is it. Thanks to you, I don't have to drop my shopping. I didn't have to drop my shopping even once. Come to think of it, I'm glad I didn't have to make the trip alone. It seems you ended up escorting me. I'll have to repay the favor somehow. But first, let's head inside, shall we? Welcome to the inn at Journey's Head. You might be our first visitor from the Castarium since Alize arrived. It's not much, but it's home for the afflicted and a handful of carers. The afflicted? You don't know? I don't think I've met anyone besides Alize who is so unfamiliar with our situation here. Most folk have grown up knowing someone or who knew someone. I might leave out something obvious, so it may be best to have Alize give you the full explanation. Hello, cat. Hi. Sojourn. No, I'd rather you didn't hit my mic. Hi. Hello. Hello, Gunbreaker friend. How's it going? Go on. Hop on down. There you go. Alright, back to it then. Now, where is she? I think she might be out on patrol. You could wait, I suppose, but why not go and surprise her? She usually takes a look at things from the watchtower first, so you might be able to catch her there. It's not far. Head out the south side and you'll soon see it. I'll stay behind in case she comes back while you're gone. Wait, no. What does this thing gotta say? The watchtower's on the south side. I only wish I could be there to see Alize's face when she realizes it's you. Oh, it's that paladin from earlier. That's nifty. I guess we're all around the same spot. Always fun just running alongside people who are actually doing this for the first time. Alize is nowhere to be seen, but you spot fresh footprints in the ground, and they look to be about the right size. The small footprints lead off to the northwest. This poor Gunbreaker's getting chased down by an antlion. Oh no! The footprints continue on to the northwest, northeast, northwest. I was right the first time. The tiniest shred more faith in myself. The footprints curve around to the west. There are more tracks here, but they end in a mess of disturbed sand. Ooh, a fight?
Get back here!
Is that... It can't be.
Oh, well, we're done. Nope. Oh, my door shut itself. Okay, that's probably why the cat's being so, up in my face. Impressive. No, don't stop me, Mike.
Just a lesser sin eater. Nothing to write home about.
I promise I'll open my door in a minute.
I knew you'd turn up sooner or later, but I had been hoping for sooner.
Look, time don't work the same way. For me, it's only been like a few days. A month at most.
How are you?
Oh, you know. Can't imagine too much different. Oh, dear God. Hello.
We've fought them to a standstill, then?
Yeah, something like that. Fight to my life here, man.
The Exarch did say that the Empire seemed to have drawn back when he last looked in on the source. But without knowing for sure how fast time was passing there, I couldn't help worrying that a lot might have happened since then. I'm heartily relieved to hear that it hasn't, just as Alphino must have been. As you can imagine, both he and Urianger were desperate to hear the news from home when I arrived. I haven't actually seen Thancred and Y'shtola yet, but they will have heard all the latest developments from the Exarch by now, or should have at least. When I think of how frantic Tataru and the others must be, I want nothing more than to rush back and reassure them. But we still haven't found a way to reverse the summoning. And even if we had, we couldn't just ignore Urianger's vision. He may use 10 words where one would suffice, and they may often obscure as much as they reveal. But on this matter, he was as clear as day. I do not doubt for one moment that he saw what he claims. Nor how difficult it must have been to speak about them. The 8th Umbral Calamity and your death aren't exactly topics for idle conversation. As much as I might want to go home, I don't want to go home to that. We can't allow the rejoining to happen, which means we have to save the first from the Sin Eaters.
The cat has deigned to free me, for now at least.
That great wall of white is a remnant of the flood. 100 years ago, the balance in the first tipped decisively in favor of light. From that moment, it rose and swelled with each passing day, and then, without warning, it burst forth like water from a broken dam. A colossal wave of pure light, drowning everything in its wake. Only Norvrant was spared. For the most part, living things are composed of ether of various different aspects. But when exposed to such a flood, their etheric harmony is shattered, and their natural form breaks down. Then they either perish, or are warped into mindless abominations. Yes, that's how the Sin Eaters came to be. They were once living creatures, or people, that were caught in the path of the flood. Once the change is wrought, there is no going back. In that instant, they are gripped by an insatiable appetite for ether, and will happily gorge themselves on any living thing within reach. But even that is not the worst of it. The stronger Sin Eaters can plant light in us, like seeds in soil, corrupting our ether, and triggering the birth of new monstrosities. They are creatures of base instinct, that exist only to feed and to multiply. They feel no pity, know no remorse, and are utterly deaf to reason. Which is why they must be destroyed. Every last one of them. The infirmary is full of the Sin Eaters' victims, left here to spend their final hours waiting for the change to overtake them.
my gunbreaker friend isn't here. Must have been the cutscene. It's just a matter of time. More for some, less for others. Those patients will all become monsters in the end. And to add insult to injury, the afflicted are feared, shunned, cast out of society, and exiled here to the edge of the world. The only good thing I have to say about this hellish place is that it has served me well as a training ground. Tesleen and the others have also been kind enough to share their knowledge of the Sin Eaters. Which is knowledge I can now share with you, while you help me finish my patrol, of course. Here's what we'll do. I'll take the east side of the inn, and you clear the west. That way, you can have an undiluted experience with the resident terrors. These marks on your map are where the usual trouble spots are. You can assume that any beast with a white hide or carapace is a Sin Eater, but you'll know for sure soon enough when they come slavering after your Aether. Remember, it's kill or be killed with these monsters. Once you've slain whatever's prowling around out there, we can rendezvous back at the north entrance. Good hunting. Oh! That's different. Oh, it's so cool if that killed it. Alas. Nope, nothing. How did you fare? I thought there might be one or two lurking on the fringes, nothing out of the ordinary for this area. I expect you noticed it yourself, but individually, these lesser Sin Eaters are no more deadly than any natural predator you might encounter in the desert. It's when they appear in numbers so that they pose a threat. Much like the Void Scent, they have an unfortunate tendency to flock to the strongest of their kind. Thus, when a powerful Sin Eater goes on the hunt, it might be attended by a veritable swarm of weaker kin. Imagine an army of such creatures descending on a village or hamlet. That's the basic idea behind my patrols, to call their ranks often enough that their numbers won't be overwhelming when the big ones come out to play, and you've certainly helped on that front. Let's report our victories to Tesleen, shall we? I wonder if anything will come of this. Didn't think so. She hasn't been telling you stories, has she? Oh gods. Alize tells me you helped out on her patrol. You have our thanks, and my apologies for leading you from one battle to another ever since the moment we met. In any case, I'm glad to see the two of you found each other. You have no idea how badly Alize has missed your company. Everything is always, if Arentel were here, he would... That is an exaggeration, and I don't sound like that either. I was simply trying to view matters from another perspective, and I respect Arentel's methods. Honestly, after seeing him in action, I can understand why. The way he leaps into the fray without hesitation, it really is something to behold. I might be a little smitten myself. I'm only teasing, though. I've no doubt he deserves all the admiration he gets, just as you do. This is what I get for sharing. Maybe I'll just head out on another patrol. I'd love to lay out the welcome meal, but the duties I put off when I went to the market are still waiting for me. There are 101 things that need doing. I'm sorry, but would you mind waiting here with Alize? What, and twiddle our thumbs while you work yourself to death? Surely there's something we can help you with. I'll have you know, I am a trained crafter and gatherer. As long as I'm not making meals, I can do just about anything else. I could do with a hand, it's true. Thank you. You can start by helping me sort out the larder, Alize. Well, while we do that, could you tend to a few patients, perhaps? There are 3 in particular I meant to visit. It's just a matter of saying a few words to them and seeing that their skin isn't caked in sand. Their names are Poinil, Todden, and Halric. They may not give much in the way of response, but I promise they'll be pleased to meet someone new. It will do them good to see a new face, so there's not much in the way of novelty around here to distract them from their worries. I would speak more on the subject of sin eaters, but let's see these tasks finished first. I'll be back in like 10 seconds. I gotta let the cat out of my room before she wreaks any more havoc. I find an opening door. Got my window open, so the air pressure, you know. Oh, Halric's right there. Can't talk to him first. Interesting choice. Thank you. Todden glances up at you blankly, but you notice that the tension in his face eases slightly. That's interesting. Halric remains... Oh, why is this auto? Why would you do that? What is fucking wrong with you, SE? That is so fucking annoying. Halric remains utterly still as you wipe the sand from his cheek. The texture of his skin has hardened into something akin to plaster. Your work is done, then? You've seen to the patients. How were they? Good. That's good. I knew that they would enjoy meeting you. I'm concerned about Halric, though. I'll have to speak with the other carers, so I think his time may be near. We shall leave you to have that discussion, then. I was going to take Arentel to Mordsuk if you have any errands there that need doing. Well, I suppose there is one thing. Would you pick up a nectarine from the markets, please? Cassard's caravan just passed through, so Ron should have some fresh fruit. Come then, Arentel. There's something I want you to see, right after we stop at Ron's stall, of course. Oh, my jobs are all under control now. Thank you. Go and spend some time with Alize. Let's see about that nectarine, shall we? Oh, back again, are you? You need another taste of Ron's wares? Actually, we're looking to buy a nectarine. Do you have any in stock? Oh yes, nectarines, peaches, grapes, fresh and juicy. Given how richly you cracked your coin purse with me, I might still owe you food. Here, take this one, free of charge. Gods, I've never seen a moored merchant give away something for nothing before. How much coin did you spend here? You know. Oh yes, I'll take a jar of honeyed worms as well. Oh no, they're not for me. It's an offering of sorts. The worms, if you please. Only the best wrigglers for you. Come again, my friends. Right, that's our shopping chores taken care of. Let's head up past the Aetheryte to the main tower. The view I want to show you can only be seen from its very top. You need something? Here are your precious worms. That buys us a trip to the top of the tower, does it not? Glazed Wrigglers, you actually brought them? I really shouldn't let you, but just this once, alright? Only once. Never fails. Shall we?
Look, over there, where the wall is broken. Do you see what lies beyond? That's what the land became after the light flooded in. An empty white nothingness. Life cannot exist in such conditions. The primordial light would wreak havoc on the body's etheric balance. That nectarine you bought, it's Halric's favorite fruit. Most of the patients, Halric included, survived the attacks of powerful eaters. But their fate was sealed all the same. The monster's corruption has entered their bodies, and their very essence is being subsumed by light. The twisted state of the world itself just makes matters worse. Under normal circumstances, a person's ether naturally tends to equilibrium. But for these poor souls, the opposite is true. Sooner or later, every single one of them will turn. Tesleen and the patients, they all know this. They know what has to be done before the change goes too far, before the eater within takes over. The preferred method is mixing poison into their favorite food. In my time here, I've borne witness to a lot of last meals. I feel just as helpless as before. No matter how hard I fight, it's never enough. But it's a war I mean to wage, nonetheless. Speaking of wars, do you remember how I made you promise not to leave me, and then promptly collapsed?
Yeah, the timing was hilarious, to be frank. Horrifying, but hilarious.
Well,
I don't need the
I had a
flashback.
few choice words for the Exarch concerning the timing of his summons.
Yeah, I bet.
But even if the fault lay with someone else, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd abandon you on the battlefield.
Don't worry, the
So
timing
I
of
swore
his
that I'd
next
make up
call
for my
was just as
absence there by
inconvenient.
making a difference here. And that's what keeps me moving forward, even when things seem hopeless. On which note, it's time we headed back. The longer we keep Tesleen waiting, the harder this will be for her.
No one is allowed in here without permission, especially not outsiders. I'm glad I was able to show you that. When it comes to understanding the catastrophe which befell the First, one glimpse of the empty wasteland beyond the wall is worth more than an hour of Oriandre's lecturing. And I need you to know beyond a doubt that Tesleen has no other choice. The nectarine will be a kindness. It isn't just a threat posed to others. When a person becomes an eater, the pain appears to be excruciating. The carers are truly fond of their wards and would spare them that suffering. It is their way of fighting back against a fate worse than death. Yeah, there's my gunbreaker friend. Go ahead. I think she's been waiting for us. You're back. I hope you had a nice time. Did you manage to find a nectarine? A plump, sweet-smelling nectarine. Thank you. Alize has explained why I wanted this, has she? I can see it in your eyes. But we may not need it just yet. I spoke with the others, and we've decided to keep an eye on Halric for now. Thanks to you, though, if his time does come suddenly, we'll be able to send him on his way with a taste of happier days. Thank you for understanding. Well, nothing is going to happen for a little while yet, so let's see if we can't lighten the mood. We don't want our gloomy faces worrying the patients. I think it's time for that welcome meal, don't you? Take a seat and I'll make us a nice stew.
Speak up if you'd like another helping. I made a little bit more than usual today.
I'll have you know, I carry 999 Trapper's quiches in my bag.
Aye, well, it's not often we have visitors from the Crystarium, so I may have thrown in a few extra bits and bobs.
I'll have another bowl then. The Warrior of Light is active enough for it.
Give me a moment to warm up the pot.
It's literally over a fire. What are you going to do to warm it up?
In a place like this, you learn to take what moments of happiness you can get.
Foreshadowing is a narrative device we're in.
I remember when I first came here with my mother. She was showing the early signs. I knew there was no way to save her, but I just couldn't face what needed to be done. That's the way of it for most people. Why they travel from arms to stay here. Beaten, broken souls come to wait out the inevitable, to receive the mercy of a painless death. When my mother finally left this world, I was mad with grief, but also thankful that her passing was a peaceful one. It's never easy, ending a life you've cared for, even when you believe they go on to a better place. I often find myself wishing the Warrior of Darkness would come and do that part for me.
Warrior of Darkness?
The Warrior of Darkness?
I should probably keep that, actually.
You've never heard the tale? I'm not sure where it began, but every child in Norvrent could tell you a version of it. Warrior of Darkness, servant of death, take care of our souls at our dying breath. Let sinners and eaters of sin go with thee, that all may return to the sunless sea. That's the version I was taught, anyway. It's just an old bedtime story. He's certainly never deigned to visit us here.
I very minor, extremely minor, minuscule. I might have to see if I can find a VOD of someone else who has a female warrior of light. I wonder if Tesleen uses female pronouns. If you're playing a female warrior of light. Very curious. Because there's at least some justification to use male pronouns, at least initially, until like you're outed. But very curious because there's a lot of little things like that. Oh, anyway, back to it.
Which is a good thing, surely. He sounds rather ominous.
Do you think so? I always liked the idea that he treated every soul the same, even the Sin Eaters.
Oh, today's Sunday. Oh, I was so confident today was Monday. What a fucking day it is, man. What a fucking day. It comes.
They're coming.
Oh, close enough.
Tesleen! Have you seen Halric? I swear, I only took my eyes off him for a moment.
Hang on. I was gonna find something real quick. Just a moment. Just a moment. Is this what I'm looking for? Fucking count. I don't need the countdown. No, not even remotely what I want. What about this? Wow. Wow, it's fucking trash. Hang on. Party sound. Ah, there it is. I'm just gonna stop it. I'm just gonna have this ready. Anyway, back to it. This is my fault. The patients were acting strangely, and I let it distract me. Where could he have gone? Oh, fine, sure, cool, fine, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. Arntel Elize, we have to go look for Halric. I don't know what's gotten into him, but if he's wandering out there alone, we'll assign search areas and split up. Any idea where he might have headed? No, he's never done anything like this before, but it can't be a coincidence that the other patients are suddenly so agitated. They can sense something. In any case, let's keep the search close to the inn. Halric isn't very sure of his feet, so he won't have gone far. I'll search the area. I'll search the east side. Please, Halric, please be all right. I'll cover the north and west then. You take everything from here to the south. You see no sign of Halric. Maybe he went further west. You scan your surroundings in search of Halric, and suddenly you find yourself under attack. Oh my god, it survived the full Oginamakiri. That's a little spooky. I'm a little worried, not gonna lie. It won't be long before killing things actually takes a, modicum of effort. horrifying.
Any sign of him?
I'm afraid none.
No luck then. But he surely can't have gone far. We should keep looking. The Sin Eaters are out in force, and if we don't find him soon, you can be sure they will.
Hey, I fought that before. Flashbacks to Amdapor Hard.
Did you see the size of that thing? It must be one of the nasty ones. Wherever it's going, it can only mean trouble. After it! There it is! Is that... Oh no! Ulrich!
We have to run!
Tesseline! No!
We all deserve happiness, wherever we can find it.
Given where she was stabbed, it occurs to me that I have no idea how she's drawing in air to speak with.
No one should die in pain. Mother, I...
Welcome to Shadowbringers! Woo! I'm sorry, Arentel. I tried to tell the carers what happened, but I can't be the shoulder that they lean on. Not like this. Fair. Whatever, dude. Fuck you too, I guess. It's just so unfair. Tesleen was always so cheery with the patients, telling them not to be scared, that there wouldn't be any pain. Alright, Christ. Of all the people in the world to suffer such a fate. Oh, Tesleen, you thought only of others, and this was your reward. My gunbreaker friend is gone. I hope they're having a good day. I imagine you're just as shocked as the rest of us, so I appreciate what you're doing here. Me, I can barely. I don't have any words. Without a body, we can't even give her a proper burial, and she cared about that sort of thing, about giving people a chance to say their goodbyes. Halleck is as unresponsive as ever. He stands motionless, staring up into the sky where the Senators made their escape. Shubil? Alize? Alize. Thank you. What you're... I'm genuinely mad now. Thank you. What you're doing, it means a lot to them, to me. Sorry to interrupt, but we realized we hadn't thanked you for rescuing Halleck. You weren't hurt at all, were you? Hurt? There wasn't even a fight. I was too slow, and I thought I could protect you. You can't blame yourself for things beyond your control. You brought Halleck back safe and sound. No one could have done any more. I'm sorry, but I've come to a decision. I won't be continuing my role here. I hope you will forgive me for leaving you, and that you will delay Halleck's last meal for as long as you possibly can. Not until it's too late, of course. Just give him what time you can. We always do. Of course, she would have done the same. Farewell, Halleck. Keep Tesleen's words close to your heart. Wait, you're leaving this very moment? I understand how you must feel, but surely this is a bit hasty. Do you even have anywhere to go? I have a destination in mind, yes, and a purpose. This damned light building without cease is the reason we can't save those corrupted by the Eaters. But what if we corrected the balance, even if it were only by a little? Only if it were about, even if only little by little, even if it took years, it would surely make things better. Now, hold on there. Everyone knows that there's too much light. How could you even hope to get rid of it? You'd have to change the whole world. That's right. We should return to the Crystarium. I may not be able to repel the Eaters on my own, but I can still use the skills I have gained here to hurt them. Ah, shit. My poor Mike, taking so much abuse. Oh, look, fate. I'll pass. Appreciate it. I ain't got nothing to level. Forgive me, Arentel. I couldn't stay there a moment longer. But I was serious about what I said. While the men and women at the inn battle against this blight with kindness, I must fight it in my own way with steel. From Eorzea's sword in the darkness to Navrin's sword in the light. Gods above, it feels like an age ago now. Hey, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, Gibbles. I appreciate that greatly. I hope did you ever actually manage to get into UCOB on unending coils of Bahamut, or did you have to switch tracks? Hey, did you get past your Prague point? Nice. No, I can't imagine myself ever doing an ultimate, but who knows? I have every intention of trying to blind Prague Savage in Dawn Trail, but we'll see if because I was doing like decently well insofar as like following mechanics and whatnot goes. It's just limit cut took me out of it. But I don't know. Like we got like 5-6 months. Yeah, fucking limit cut, man. But no. Hopefully the blind Prague aspect of it, no one knows exactly what's going on, will make it a bit more bearable. In before every boss has a limit cut. Yeah. Gods above, it feels like an age ago now. Miss Elise, is there anything I can get you? Your swiftest tomorrow. I need to return to the Crystarium immediately. As you wish. Yeah. You know, we can get past. We can get. Oh no, I'm forgetting the names. You know, Phoenix limit cut is so easy, but man, as soon as you get to the Hephaestus limit cut, it's all over, man. Remind me to wear goggles if you ever fly over Amarang again. I've barely gotten the sand out of my eyes, but the wind did help clear my head at least. I think I'm going to meet with the Exarch. We need to talk about how we're going to wipe the Sin-Eaters out, shall we? I don't even think we've gotten a name for the raid series in Dawn Trail, have we? I think they mentioned it was a pandemonium during the Fan Fest for Endwalker. Yeah, I can't wait until we get to the live letters and stuff, like go over all the job stuff. I'm so hungry for Dawn Trail information. Do you have? You almost got me. I almost read the Gate Guard dialogue. I see you were reunited with Elise, but I dare say you found little else to celebrate in Amarang. Thank you for seeking me out, Arentel. It meant a lot to have you there at my side. I was tempted to set off again the moment we had decided upon a direction, but you still have to. But you still. I can't read, but you have still to visit Elfino, haven't you? And if I know my brother, he'll be on the cusp of discovering something vital to our success, if he hasn't already. I'm content to stay here and consider our options for the time being, but don't keep me waiting too long, eh? Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Amarang seem a world away, and yet they both lie under the same wretched sky. You wish to visit Alphino and Clusia, then? Excellent. As I mentioned, your destination is an island off the west coast, so you will need a mount capable of making the journey. Here is a letter of introduction, presented to Sazim Dajenmai, the master of beasts at Tenemos Rookery, and he will take care of you. When you see Alphino, be sure to pass on my warmest regards. Your first order of business will be to reunite with Alphino. Okay, I've already read that. Very cool. Neat. Thanks. Appreciate it. Moving on. Isn't it an Amuro either way? Your face is unknown to me. Well, what business have you at my rookery? Signed by the Exarch, no less. Yes, I can provide you with an Amaro for passage to Clusia. I will pick you out a friendly whelp. And there I was, expecting a chocobo. A chocobo? Did you hail from one of Navarre's more isolated settlements, perchance? I hear there are a few places where they ride little else. But here in the Crystarium, mounts like that grey fellow there are far more commonly used. Seeing as you are plainly unaccustomed to riding a Morrow, I think it best I accompany you on this flight myself. Any Zune worthy of the name could do it, of course, but the Exarch sent you to me, ensuring you arrive safely is my responsibility. Gather your things and meet me at the Amaro launch. One of the junior tamers will tend to you while I ready the mounts. You want to fly in Amaro to Clusia? Well, I suppose if Master Genmai is going with you. Wait here, please. The Master should be along with the mounts shortly. You can now travel to Clusia. Yada yada yada.
The whistling breeze, mute. The pounding surf, frozen. Time itself takes a breath. At light's edge, all is perfectly still. The world captured in a painting, locked in a moment. Music, faint and fleeting, drifts coastward on the lifeless air. And in the distance, beyond the broken earth, a city beckons.
We are arrived. This is the Cracked Shell Beach on the eastern coast of Clusia. You should be safe here for the present. Compared to the mainland, Sin-Eater attacks are far less prevalent, and the native beasts are not any more dangerous than elsewhere. It is the people you should be wary of. Spy you that city in the distance? That is Yulmore, the island's main settlement. It rivals the Crystarium in scale and was once an ally in our battle against the abominations. For years, the Yulmoran elite have fancied themselves the master of what remains of our broken world. They have gone as far as to offer the leaders of other settlements their protection, if we bend the knee. But to say their ideals are questionable would be putting it mildly, because the Crystarium is one among many who resist their heavy-handed authority, and while we are not at war, our relationship with Yulmore is strained at best. It would be wise to conceal your ties with the Exarch during your stay here, especially in the vicinity of the city. I am glad we understand each other. Now the Exarch has instructed me to divulge a secret that should make finding your friend a good deal easier. Listen closely. If you head south along the coast, you will eventually come to a fisherman's shack. A friend of the Crystarium lives there, a man who goes by the name of Ivor. Ivor keeps an eye on everything that happens in Calusia and will be able to point you in the right direction. Just hand him a sprig of thyme. That will let him know you can be trusted. Here, this should be enough. Find your friend. I will stay here with the Amaro until you are ready to return. You wish to return already? No. I was making sure that there were no more dialogue. Alright, so I have to skim the Encyclopedia Eorzea. Actually, you know what? The ears are too small. No, never mind. For a long while, I was under the impression that the hobgoblins were the first version of goblins, and they let us see what a goblin face looks like. But then, ears too small. Can't be the same thing. In which case, I wonder where the goblins of the first are. Questions that will likely never be answered, but... You know, goblins come from underground, though, so maybe they're just still hiding deep in the earth. Well, what you after? A fish? Crab? Think I've got an eel in a barrel somewhere, if you've got a taste for them. Eel nigiri. I'd kill for some fucking eel nigiri right about now. Ooh, I do love a bit of thyme. Chuck some in a pan, and it's like a bloody festival of flavor. Now, what is it I can do for you? Can't say as there's been any major upsets to report these past few weeks. Alphino, eh? I know the one, our young champion of the downtrodden. Yulmore's richer than all of Novrent put together, but it's a different story for them as live outside the city. Most spend every waking moment just trying to stay alive, which makes your friend's dedication to helping others stand out all the more. I can hazard a guess as to where he is now. Get a message to him, but you'll need somewhere quiet to meet, away from prying eyes. Make for Stilltide. There's a fishing village that's the fishing village just up the path from there. You're looking for a rundown excuse for a tavern that the locals call the Leaky Keel. Wait there, and I'll see that Alphino joins you. Get yourselves to the Leaky Keel and Stilltide. I'll let Alphino know there's someone waiting for him. Interesting. Yes, dear. Buy a drink or out you go. The seats are for paying customers. You want to bet? You want to bet? You're going to say something? I didn't think so. Anyway, it would have been cool if there was dialogue. This your first time in a tavern? It's customary to buy a drink if you mean to loiter. But what'll you be having? Mead. Mead is nice. A fine choice. And what'll you be paying with? Well, no, those are exotic. Where did you come by coins like that? I'm sorry, dear. I don't doubt they have value, but I don't have a touchstone to test their purity, and I'm not about to go begging for one from the neighbors. So we'll just have to come to some other arrangement. Ah, here's an idea. There's a common to the north where we grow our vegetables, but lately the pests have been eating more of them than we have. What do you say to a bit of extermination work? I want you to squash any vermin you find, then visit the caretaker and give him an earful from me for sleeping on the job. He'll be in the old silo next to the fence, snoring like as not. Do that for me, and you can laze about here as long as you like. Sounds like a fair deal. The Warrior of Light is used to fucking petty work. At least it isn't literally shoveling shit. Hey, yo. No response. Maybe you need to knock louder. No response. Perhaps the occupant is hard of hearing. Hang on. Yep, this should help. We'll really beat that door down. Forgot that this triggered a cutscene. You hear a faint squeaking from the room beyond. Time to bust in and save the day, brave adventurer. No one is home, and judging by the lack of furniture, they haven't been for some time. The gnawed scraps of vegetables on the floor suggests rats have taken up residence in their absence. Just in case. Welcome back, dear. What did that good-for-nothing caretaker have to say for himself? Nothing. He was gone. Gone? Must have left to join the rest of the hopefuls. In Gate Town, outside Yulmore, you don't have a clue what I'm talking about, do you? And there I was thinking you were another dreamer. Well, never mind all that. Take a seat wherever you like, dear. You've more than earned it. I'll even throw in another drink in the house. I don't think Alfred was old enough to have mead.
And how is business today, Mistress Theva?
Oh boy, whoever could it be?
Oh, frenetic. Look, I have a new customer.
Tis good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, been a hot minute. Doubly so for you.
The barley seeds you wanted. They should produce a better harvest than the last.
What, just like that? Oh, Alfino, you really are a dear. Well, I'd best be tidying up some of those empty shacks before the pests move in. Keep an eye on the place while I'm out, eh?
It seems an age since last we spoke. Not since the prisoner exchange in Doma. And Yotsu.
Yeah.
It has been even longer for me, of course, if you count the days I've spent here. But the time has only added to the relief I feel seeing you safe and well.
Me? I was more worried about you.
Huh. Alize said much the same thing. I don't think I've ever had such a scolding. But I believe an exchange of news is in order. Come, tell me of your arrival and all that came before.
Well, I fought in a war for a little bit. The Exarch called me at a bad time. Alize was gone. I fought Xenos again. The Exarch called me. I got fucked over. Thank you, Exarch. Appreciate it.
I see. Both the Exarch and Alize told me what they knew of events, but I had stubbornly clung on to the hope that all-out war might yet be avoidable. And poor Tataru. She must be sick with worry. We must endeavor to return as soon as we may. It would be nice to bring her good tidings for a change.
Yeah, one can only hope.
But before we bid this world farewell, we must first ensure that it is not rejoined to the source. We must prevent the 8th Umbral calamity. Urianger's vision of the future has, I fear, every chance of coming true. By his description, the catalyst for the calamity was a formless and deadly weapon employed by the Garlean Empire.
which can only mean one thing. Black Rose. Gaius was telling you the truth. When we were on the trail of the Ascians, we saw evidence that the gas was being manufactured once more. Gaius was adamant that the project had been scrapped. But so long as there are wars to be waged, there will always be those determined to win by any means. And thus simply destroying the existing stores of Black Rose would do little to alter fate's course. In that sense, our involuntary journey here to the First was something of a boon. Together with the Exarch, we've developed a theory as to how we believe the rejoining will be set in motion. I'm sure Urianger himself will cover the subject in more detail.
Whensoever we find him, yeah?
But I can tell you the process requires that both worlds, the Source and the First, be facing an existential threat. One being Sin Eaters, of course. They are a menace that I would dearly love to remove, and not just to avert a calamity. I may be a stranger to this world, but I will not stand idly by and let innocent people be slaughtered. That is what brought me to the gates of Yulmore. Ignoring its pretensions as a kind of capital city to what remains of the world, it is nonetheless a center of power and authority. If any solutions are to be found, I believe our search should begin there. What say you, old friend? Hungry for another adventure?
Hell yeah, man.
And so we take to the road once more.
It's not working. I love it when my keybinds randomly don't work. Assuming you have no objections, let us make our way directly to the city outskirts. If we time our arrival just right, we may be lucky enough to see why I have yet to set foot in Yulmore, despite my best efforts to do so. Come, from here we must head west, and then cross a small bridge. I am at this point, I am utterly determined to reach the job switch point. I think I can do it, but it's gonna be another long one, man. Another long one. Clusia seems peaceful, does it not? Almost familiar? I had a similar impression of Crystarium. Even in this distant world, people are much the same. To think that whenever a calamity struck the source, a reflection such as this one, with all its culture and history, was being erased from existence. No, get away from me! Over there. Quickly, someone's in trouble. Oh, thank the fates. Look out! Not even fair. Not even fair. My poor heart. Fucking auto advance. My poor heart. Thank you, young sir. Ah, there you are. In my haste, I lost my bearings, but I see you have the situation well in hand. Fine work. Are you all right, madam? Just a few bruises from where I fell, nothing compared to what was in store for me before this brave soul came to my rescue. I honestly thought I was done for. My feet are not as swift as they once were, and I knew there was no time. I knew there was no one left to hear me scream. Not that I let it stop me. I should probably leave my old house behind and queue up outside Yulmore with the rest of them. Doubt those fancy lords and ladies would welcome an old crone like me. Still, even a shack near the gate has to be safer than staying here. One would hope. Either way, I suggest you avoid wandering alone, lest you make the Senator's task any easier. Thank you again, you saved my life. Now, I'm sure a strapping lad like you has little to fear, but I wouldn't linger long in this place. There's naught to be had but cobwebs and memories. 'Tis as the lady says, many in these parts have abandoned their homes to live in Yulmore's shadow. Should the Sin Eaters descend upon this region, there are precious few with the strength to fight them off. Speaking of which, have you been told of these monsters? Yes, extensively. I've already visited Alize. Yes, Alize would be well qualified to speak on the subject. Compared with Amarang, Clusia is almost a haven, but as you saw, we cannot let our guard down. Had you arrived, but a few moments later, the Sin Eaters would have claimed another victim. Still, we have won a small victory this time, at least. Now, shall we press on? We need to return to where the road forks and follow the path that leads west. And here we are. Wait, what? That's not something I was expecting to see.
That gate up ahead is known as the Open Arms, and Yulmore itself lies beyond. This, meanwhile, is the aptly named Gate Town, the dwelling place of the many desperate souls who hope to be chosen to live in the city proper.
I thought I recognized you. Brought a new friend, eh? I'll bet you got a trick or two up your sleeve. Maybe even 3. Care to show me?
I have, like, what, 21 jobs unlocked? I got a few. I can probably, like,
not here to compete.
depower a, like, fire spell, Black Mage. That'd probably be impressive.
I was only making conversation.
How common are carbuncles in the first? He says next to fucking Alphino, but still.
Gentlemen, your attention, please!
Ooh, I'm an astrologian. I can draw cards. You're a fortune told?
Greetings to our hopeful petitioners, one and all! Yulmore extends its warmest regards. Let it be known that a lady of distinction wishes to dine on fish divine. We seek a master culinarian who can guarantee seafood perfection. Dazzle the matron with your delicious dishes, and life in the city will be yours to enjoy, even on days when fish is not on the menu. Who among you will answer the call? Name yourself or another. We might not at all.
Culinarian is the only crafting job I haven't leveled, so I'm not up for it. Sorry.
Do you recall how I said Yulmore was a center of power and authority? Well, that is not the only reason for its fame. It is also known as the City of Final Pleasures. the noble and the wealthy who survived the flood gathered here to live out the rest of their days in decadent abandon. A poor man could sooner pass through the Iron Needle than Eulmore's gates. The only way the common folk can enter this perverted paradise is if they fulfill the whim of one of the privileged, and so they are picked over like market produce.
What a catch! We'll not be throwing this one back. Having seen your all too obvious charms, we welcome you with open arms. Come, join us in a city of splendor and live out your life in an ecstasy of endeavor. Oh, just look at those expectant faces. What could you possibly be waiting for? Well, well, what have we here? An extra share of meal to celebrate our newest resident! For you!
Ah, hello!
Enjoy!
Thank goodness.
Meal is a foodstuff which Eulmore routinely doles out to the people of Gatetown, and apparently a staple for its citizens as well. Many here rely on it to survive in these times of scarcity. Yet the whole arrangement just seems... well, let's just say it leaves a bad taste in my mouth.
Now you understand why my attempts to enter the city have thus far come to naught. The dubious privilege of residency must be won via a contest with ever-changing rules. They say this policy has been in place for the past 2 decades, ever since Eulmore's current ruler came into power. Yet from what I have seen, it does more harm than good. Not only does it distract people from our shared struggle against the Sin Eaters, it robs them of their self-sufficiency. I have tried to propose ways they could improve their lot, but my words invariably fall on deaf ears. The attitude is so entrenched now, I worry that, well, mayhap you should take a turn around Gatetown and judge the situation for yourself. Go, take the measure of Gatetown. I shall wait here. A large pot bubbles over the flame. Pale chunks, meal, you realize, float in the otherwise plain broth. I missed one. I never got that lookout point? That's fun. Preoccupied petticoat. Just look at it. Can you imagine a more beautiful city? Every day I dream of the life that waits for me inside those walls. Oh, will they ever pick me? Still here, are you? I can't blame you for wanting a slice of Eulmore's pie. If you ask me, you should ditch that sour-faced brat and make a home for yourself here. Gatetown's not much to look at, but at least it's safe, and the mule is the best thing I've ever tasted. Do I savor it piece by piece or gobble it all in one go? Occurs to me I probably should have talked to all of them twice, but they accept maybe the cookpot. Which means there's only just one other one. You've seen what Gatetown has to offer. These people can no longer fend for themselves. They've become dependent on handouts of mule, and believe Yulmore is the answer to all their woes. Yet no matter how I frame my encouragement, they seem unwilling, nay, unable, to conceive of any other way of life. You disapprove of Yulmore? Oh, no, it's already off. It is difficult to make a final judgment without first seeing the city's inner workings. Mayhap it is that uncertainty which always makes me feel so ill at ease here. Not that it matters. However unjust as the system seems to be, or seems to me, if these people claim to be content with their lot, it is hardly my place to criticize their choices. But take that elderly lady you rescued. Does it not seem that those who have chosen to forego Yulmore's largesse? Are doomed to suffer for their independence? In the end, they are all but forced to seek refuge in Gatetown, and so hamlets and fields across the island are empty and untended, hastening the region's descent into ruin. Nay, I am not convinced that Yulmore's generosity truly serves the best interests of Calusia's people. I am not so naive as to think there is some miraculous solution to all this, yet I cannot help but frown at the sight of hard-working villagers struggling to survive, even as the chosen few rejoice at being plucked from poverty by the hand of a capricious noble. There has to be a better way. I will not know for sure, however, until I have taken those long-delayed steps through Yulmore's gates. 'Tis fortunate that you arrived when you did, Arntel. I've been working on a scheme to insinuate myself into the city, and if all goes to plan, it should soon come to fruition. There is a beast tribe who makes its home on the sea surrounding the island. The Ondo, they are called, though you and I know them as Sahagan. For the most part, they keep to themselves in the ocean grottos, and rarely have dealings with land dwellers. But as Tataru took such pains to impress upon me during our stay in Kugane, business favors the bold, and so I reached out to them. I duly discovered that the Ondo are inordinately fond of land-grown produce, fresh fruits in particular, and when I offered to procure such goods for them, they promised to pay me in pearls. An attractive business venture for any prospective investor, would you not agree? Surely even the most jaded Yulmoran lord would have time for a merchant who can make pearls from plums and pumpkins. Yes, I've come a long way since my days of buying samurai swords without first negotiating a price. My appointment with the Ondo is due to take place in a few hours. I just need to collect the produce and meet with them on the shore. Might you help me with make the exchange? Excellent. I should be glad of your company. First things first, then, we must pay a visit to Mosha Mora, my supplier in white. Come, it is just to the northeast of here. Suspicious Catman. Ooh, a hunt. It's a random one, though, so I don't care. Granted, any hunt, like, actually worth the time to fight, probably isn't worth the time to fight, because it'll take me, like, upwards of 20 minutes to kill, just due to the fact that it meant to be group content. Anyway, I'm going to walk around for a few minutes. I will be back in a substantially quicker time than my last AFK bit. I'm already going to have to put timestamps on that in the VOD, like, dear God, but back in like 4 or 5 minutes. I'm going to get some more water, I'm going to pace around my house for a bit, and then I'll be right back. I'm not ending the stream until I am forced to, or until I get through the first dungeon. I'm determined. Ah, see? That wasn't long at all, yeah? There we go. Just gotta check one more thing real quick. Huh. I guess they're not streaming tonight then. Alright. It's Sunday, it's Sunday, it's Sunday, it's not Monday. Dear God. Fucking Christ. My brain. My brain. This is Mushimura, the farmer of whom I spoke. Is there something I can do for you, friend? Good day to you, Mushimura. This is my associate, Arantel. We are here to collect the produce I purchased. I loaded your lackey up with the goods not long ago. My lackey? I know of no such person. Maestro lad, short blue hair. No, he said he'd come by on your behalf, and since he seemed to know all the details, I just assumed. Confound it. Someone must have been eavesdropping in our conversation. If this charlatan was here not long ago, he cannot have gone far. We should split up and search the area. You find a vantage point on the south side of the town, and I shall take the west. Forgive me, I had no cause to doubt the lad. Still, he shouldn't be hard to spot with that blue hair of his. Search the surroundings. Also, this is the first time that a maestro I mentioned. Unless you yourself are a Makote. You have located your query. Not that they make it difficult to piece together with context, but hey-o. Gonna fuck you up. Gonna ruin your day. Arntel, any sign of him? There. You've a keen eye. Let us move in before he makes good his escape. Where's the money, Lebowski?
There you are. The thief who claimed the harvest on my behalf. Hand it over.
Well, forgive me. I have to get into the city. I have no family and all my friends have already been chosen. No one here gives a damn about me. When the meal gets handed out, I'm lucky if I get a smell of it. No matter what I do, they won't call out my name. I'm so tired, I'm so bloody hungry. I thought maybe I could steal your idea, get in that way.
What is your name?
Kai Shear.
Tell me then, Kai Shear, must it be Yulmore or nothing? What of the Crystarium? They may not offer charity, but you would be fairly compensated for any work you did.
No, it has to be Yulmore. That's where all my friends are. We made a promise that we'd live together in paradise.
I was to make my deal with the Ondo at the Clave. Listen carefully, and I shall tell you my plans for the business, and how best to arouse the Yulmorans' interest.
You'll give me your place? Just like that?
I'm giving you a chance, nothing more. What comes of it is entirely up to you.
I understand. Oh, thank you, thank you!
I'm sure nothing bad would possibly come of this. No shot, no chance. Only good things.
This was but one path. There will be others. But for young Kai Shia, it was the difference between life and death. I do not regret my decision, yet I will admit that a part of me wonders if it was for the best. We strive to bring swift salvation to this world, that countless lives might be saved, not least your own. Even if it came at the cost of one man, should I have forged on regardless?
That's not who you are.
I suppose not. Were Estinian here, he would most likely scoff at my soft-heartedness.
Same old Alfino, ever the slave to sentiment.
But I thank you for your kind words nonetheless. Let us see to it that both these stories have a happy ending. Shall we return to Rite then? Is that... I can't be sure, but I think someone's in trouble.
A man has fallen into the river in Lego City.
Come on, they may need our help.
Here, he's breathing, I think, though he won't last long without help. What am I gonna do? I need a healer right now. Alphino, you're presently the only healer here. Samurai's a greedy DPS. I ain't even got any support. What am I gonna do? Faint the water? That should take care of the worst of his injuries. Cough, cough, sputter. Mercy, mercy, I beg you. Breathe easy, sir. No harm will come to you here. The poor man is shivering. Pray keep an eye on him while I get a fire going. I thought for certain I was dead. How am I ever to repay this kindness? We'll settle for the tale behind your current predicament. Why don't you begin by telling us your name? Tristal. I was invited into Yulmore to work as an artist. A wealthy couple took me in to paint pictures of them, but when my style proved contrary to their taste, they just as quickly turfed me out onto the street. I was left penniless and patronless, a grave sin in Lord Rothry's city. Within days they had brought me before the man himself, and he asked me what I meant to do. Dejected as I was, I told him that I wished to leave. Little did I know how soon he would grant me my wish. They flung me over the balustrade into the god's damned ocean. From up there, how were you not dashed into pieces? Don't ask me. Luck, I suppose. Though if you hadn't found me when you did, it wouldn't have counted for much. Monstrous. And the citizens condone such a barbaric punishment? Oh, without a second thought. When Lord Vothry passes judgment, no one so much as blinks, let alone argues. In Yulmore, his word is law. Ah, that fire's chased the chill from my bones. Thank you again. The more I hear about Yulmore, the more determined I am to see what waits within its halls. I shall bend all my thoughts towards securing another way into the city. There must be something we can do. But first, we should convey Tristel to the shelter of the village. Fire or no fire, he needs to be out of this chilly coastal air. A way into the city. I wonder what Tristel will do now. Pray accept my deepest gratitude. I owe you both my life, and if you'll permit me, I would assist you in your attempt to enter Yulmore, insofar as I am able, at any rate. To be frank, the thought of sending my saviors into that awful place makes me sick to my stomach. But since it's plain you set your minds on it, you should take this. It's my favorite paintbrush. The Yulmoran elite are never satisfied until they get exactly what they want. And if I'm not mistaken, the couple I mentioned will be looking for someone to replace me. If you make a show of owning such a well-used brush, you may be able to convince people you have a talent for painting. Are you certain? This is your livelihood. We cannot deprive you of such a treasured possession. I give it gladly after all you've done for me. Besides, I don't think I have the heart to paint anymore. As to what I'll do instead, I honestly haven't decided, but I shan't stay long in this place, not with that city brooding over me. Nay, I'll move on to new lands and a new profession, and I'll keep you in my prayers from now until my dying day. Should you make it into the city, have care what you say and do. I wouldn't want you to save my life, only to lose your own. They say kindness is its own reward, but Tristel has repaid us with a gift as timely as it was unexpected. We will, however, need to act upon his advice before another painter steps in to fill the vacancy. Thankfully, I do have some modest skill with a brush. Nothing approaching that of a true artist, of course, but enough to play the role I would hope. As for you, well, if you don't mind taking a subordinate role, mayhap you could pose as my assistant. Then it is settled. All we need to do now is return to Gate Town and await the next appearance of those vile jesters. I mean, alchemists make, like, books and stuff. Books have art. If the Arcanist's books are any given example. I think it's reasonable to say that at least my Warrior of Light is moderately good at art. Not to mention the Pictomancer job coming out soon. Should you make it into the city? Yada 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 yada. Already read it. Moving on. Now we wait. This should be as good a place as any. Here they come. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention once more. What a day it's been for the folks at our door. Hang on. We've welcomed a peddler who made pearls from a plum. Now we have a place for a painter of a plum. A plum. So come along and don't be slow. It's time to let your colors show. I can paint, portraits at least, landscapes, and still lifes are so rarely commissioned these days. Oh, I thought I spied some new faces in the crowd. What fortune that you should feel at ease around an easel. What proof have you of your prowess? Any masterpieces on your position? Person? Building? Sadly not. Everything I paint is soon sold. Such is the life of a working artist. I have only my brush to testify for me, though you will note that it has seen no small amount of service. Aha, ho ho, flecks of paint, both old and new, a tool much loved and much used. Not a prop to be conjured on the hop, very well. Come with us and we'll put those talents to the test. And who is this hanger-on, well-wisher or parasite? Why, this is my assistant. He whose unfailing support allows my art to flourish. I will go with him or not at all. Parasite, then, we shall leave his fate in the hands of your new employer. It matters not a whit to us. And having filled our latest vacant space, we retire to Yulmore's sweet embrace. Oh, mercy me, the mule! We almost took our leave without leaving a loving token. We must empty the sacks ere we make our way back. So does only the red one rhyme?
Redemption is beyond us. The lament of all but saints and fools, and the comfort of the lords and ladies of this accursed place. Once they held fast against the madness, only to embrace the coming cataclysm and delight in the end of days. Perhaps in rapture they seek to lose themselves and the misery they share. Or perhaps for them alone, the promise of eternal pleasure really does hold true.
Yulmore, finally. Looks ever grander from this angle, eh? Even grander, damn it. Welcome to the City of Final Pleasures. Feel free to weep at its magnificence. No, not even a single tear. Moving right along then. Our first task is to register you as residents, make it all nice and official. We'll smooth the way, so you just need to put on your happy faces and head through to Joyous Hall. The Bureau of Immigration is in the first room on the left side of the passage. Declare your name and occupation in a nice loud voice. The clerks will tell you where to go from there. Neither of them are rhyming anymore. Oh, and pay no mind to those folks off to the side of the road. Much like the hopefuls in Gate Town, they haven't earned the right to enter the city proper. If, however, you enjoy basking in the envy of your fellow man, then by all means, take your time. But why waste another moment? Go, enjoy the beginning of your new life in paradise. The Bureau of Immigration, was it? I suppose we had better show ourselves, willing for the time being. Zhao Mosh, solid name. You've been permitted entry. Well, just to be sure, go directly to the Bureau of Immigration once inside. If you must know, I'm here to register this man as a bonded citizen and instruct him in proper manners. Of course, I can't have him embarrassing me before my peers. Nope, I don't recognize him. Lasramud? We do get the occasional charlatan pretending to have permission to enter as a bonded citizen. Taking care of that sort of riffraff is my job. Though we are not free citizens, by the grace of Lord Rothery, we are allowed to hold relatively comfortable positions here in the Bureau. We never do anything to jeopardize that, understand? Welcome to Yulemore, fortunate friends. May I have your names? I am Alphino, an artist, and this is Arantel, my assistant. Yes, I was informed of your imminent arrival. We can forego the usual interview and begin processing your registration papers forthwith. Now, the citizens of Yulemore are divided into two classes. There are the free, who are blessed with the favor of Lord Vothry, and the bonded, who work in the employ of the free. You will be joining the ranks of the bonded. Your duties are to serve a patron in the capacity for which you were chosen. In your case, painting pretty pictures. Should your patron dismiss you for any reason, you must find another sponsor among the free, or accept work as a general laborer. I see. Might you tell us something of the patron we are to serve? The two patrons, actually, Chai News and Dulia Chai, a maestro couple whom most refer to as the Chais. They are both gentle souls, and I would ask that you conduct yourself with respect and humility for your own sake as much as theirs. Now, a moment, please, while I complete the relevant paperwork. All in order. These are your registration documents. Take those papers next door and submit them to the clerk. Once they've been stamped, you will officially be Yulemoran citizens. Enjoy your new life in paradise. Have you submitted your papers to the Bureau of Registration? Everything in its proper place. That hasn't changed. More bureaucracy. Love to see it. Welcome to the Bureau of Registration. Papers, please. Glory to Artsortska. What have we here? Alphino artist, Arantel, artist's assistant, to be employed in the service of Lord Chai News and Dulia Chai. Yes, everything seems to be in order. Your registration is hereby approved. I think it best that we deliver you to the Chai's residence before... Oh dear. You smell hideous. Did you crawl here through a ditch? It's like an unholy miasma of dust and sweat and the musk of some unwashed beast. Proceed directly to the delusory next door and scrub yourselves clean. Use whatever showers are free. After you've rinsed away that stench, you'll want to splash yourselves with this perfume liberally. Once you've made yourself presentable, then you may proceed to the Chai residence. Coronet, the guards by the stairs, will give you directions. Yo, I wonder what that sign says. Oh, I'm gonna fucking translate that sign. I hadn't realized we were so aromatic. Oh, I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Am I gonna do it on stream? I'm doing it. Fuck it. Just a moment. I'll grab my Encyclopedia Eorzea. Alright, here we go. I got the encyclopedia. Let's get some scratch paper real quick. Swap job to scholar for a minute. I won't actually do that, it's a waste of time. Alright, here we go. Encyclopedia Eorzea, Volume 3. What page is it on? Is it Volume 3? I thought Volume 3 was Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Oh, it definitely is. Cosmology. Oh, that's a useful infographic. Alright. After reading of that. Stuff from Endwalker. Lots of stuff from Endwalker. We got Norvrant stuff. Norvrant. I just gotta find the text block that tells you what all the symbols refer to. Unironically, it was probably in the index. I just didn't look at it. My bad. But I am committed now. God, the fucking art in this book is so good. Oh, I found it so fucking good, man. Okay, so Navrant. That first letter is... P? Why did I do this? There we go. P. Next letter is A. That's a B. No, it's not a B. Fucking serves me right, trying to think I know shit. What is that? No, not quite Q. Z? No, it's not Z. Oh dear God, I'm not even looking at the lowercase. Maybe it is all caps. Hang on. Yeah, the second one's definitely A. I'm pretty sure the whole first line is in all caps. So I gotta figure out what. Oh, is it R? It is R. P-A-R. And then that next letter, that's A again. P-A-R-A. Oh, is it Paradise? P-A-R-A-D. It is. Okay, so it's Paradise. D-I... S. Paradise. Oh, is it gonna be awaits? Because yep, that first letter is definitely an A. A. Skip down to W. Yep, that's definitely a W. A. I. T. S. I don't know what that character after S is, though. Doesn't look like any of the characters in the book. Maybe it's meant to be like a exclamation point or something. I could try and make out this. Hang on. Yeah, I can't get close enough to get a good look at it. It's already low resolution. That was fun. That was a nice diversion. I'll probably do that again at some point. I should have bookmarked that page. God damn it. Anyway. Back on track. Okay, back off track. Can I read this sign? Oh, I could totally just decipher that. I won't do it. I'm stopping. I'm stopping. I'm moving on. We're moving on. We're moving on. We're to bathe in here, then. Egads, dude. Draw the fucking curtain, man. You rinse yourself clean in the stream of water. The first canonical Warrior of Light shower. The Warrior of Light was in fact a very stinky boy up to this point. Oh, no, that's same dialogue. Aight. Sweet smelling perfume. I wonder if it describes it. Nope. It does not. You apply the perfume as directed, and the delicate scent of roses fills the air. Well, there's the answer to my question. That's what it sounds. That's what it smells like. Oh, you've showered and dressed already, have you? It is not. Is it not? That's to say, it seems rather exposed for one's ablutions, does it not? Alize would have been drying her hair by now. Wouldn't she just... Very well, I shall endeavor to emulate her boldness, then. Courage, Elfino. You didn't have a cast time. Why did I have a cast time? Well, that was bracing. I believe the lingering smells of the road have been successfully expunged. Shall we go and present ourselves to our new patrons, then? We'll need directions to the Chai residence. You're looking to present yourselves to the Chais, are you? Let me explain how the city is laid out. Then imagine three layers, one atop the other. This layer here is called the buttress. Above it is the understory, where the military has its headquarters, and above that you've got the canopy, which is where the free citizens of Yulmore spend their days. So if you want to find your new patrons, you'll need to keep climbing until you run out of stairs. Then look for the Grand Dame's parlor. They'll be in there, like as not. Up the stairs to the canopy, I said. The Chais should be in the Grand Dame's parlor. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. Can't help it. Usually I would have just used an aetherite, but probably would have unironically taken more time to run halfway out of the city to find one. Oh, is it locked off? It isn't. Okay, I could have teleported. Debatable how much of a time save that would have been, but it was certainly an option. Well, what is it? Spit it out then. I do not remember Julia Chai sounding like that. Oh god. I thought her voice was a little deeper. Goodness.
Lord and Lady Chai, pray forgive our intrusion. I am given to understand you were in search of an artist.
Ah, you must be the new,
Oh, goodness me! What an adorable boy! That silken hair, those pearly cheeks, oh, and you even smell wonderful, like a bed of flowers. I approve of this one, dearest. I am positive he'll paint us the most delightful pictures.
Yes. Well, as long as he paints better than that talentless wretch we sent packing last week.
Wonderful, wonderful! Welcome to Yulmore.
Alfino, if it please you, my lady. And this is my assistant.
Your assistant? I've heard of folk bringing in family members, but this seems a bit irregular. Aren't you a little young to have a protege?
We are family in all but name, my lord. Though we share no blood, we have stood by each other through life's many challenges, resolved to prevail together or not at all. Of all people, 'tis he who best understands my work. With his unique insight guiding my hand, the art I create is sure to satisfy your expectations. Once the picture has begun, of course, I shall have no need of constant encouragement. And so I wondered, rather than him being in your way, might it then be permissible for my assistant to explore the city he has so longed to see? Out of gratitude for his priceless contribution to my art, I thought it only fair that I make this humble request on his behalf.
Did you ever hear of such devotion? Of course your assistant must have his wish. He shall be free to roam to his heart's content. Isn't that right, darling?
Oh, yes. Yes, of course, dearest. Quite right.
If my wife has given her permission, then you need not seek my say-so. All I ask is that you behave yourself, draw no attention, and be respectful at all times. Off you go, the city is yours to explore. Oh, but do be careful along those outer walkways. I should be most upset if you were to slip and fall. Now you've the opportunity to experience Yulmore. I suggest you make the most of it, explore the city top to bottom. In other words, I would start with the canopy and go from there. Try wandering around the market stalls, mayhap. Such places are usually filled with colorful characters, only too eager to share local gossip with a friendly visitor. I would appreciate it, of course, if you could share any discoveries with me in turn. We should both learn as much as possible about our new place of residence. I shall remain behind and set up my painting paraphernalia. Very carefully and deliberately. It should take some time. Oh, hello there. A fresh register, are we? You seem a little lost. Well, it is lovely to make your acquaintance. Speaking of acquaintances, you wouldn't happen to have run into my attendant on your wanderings, would you? Big, strong lad, long hair, tied back. He was escorting me on a shopping errand when I realized I'd dropped my handkerchief, and now I've been waiting here all alone while he's been off searching for it. I'm not terribly fond of being alone. If you do see him, I would be obliged if you could pass on this message. Forget the silly handkerchief and return to my side at once. I think I may have lost the handkerchief in the hallway leading into the plaza. My attendant mentioned he would try looking there first. Uh-oh. And then the wretched pauper split his head open. Oh, I missed the rest of it. That's sad. Oof. Gotta love Yulmore, right? Wicked. Oh. Wicked white, that was close. Thank you, friend. I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't come along. I was trying to rescue my lady's handkerchief, you see. The wind must have blown it over the edge, but luckily it caught on something. I thought if I could just stretch out far enough. You risked your life for a scrap of cloth? It's not just a scrap of cloth, none of it belongs to her. I would risk my life and more to spare my mistress but a single moment of sadness. When I first came to Yulmore, I thought only of improving my lot in life. But there was so much more to the city than wealth and plenty. There is no war here, no conflict. The residents all treat each other with warmth and respect. My mistress has ever been so kind to me, and I can think of no other place in Clusia where I could possibly be happier. Sorry, I might have gotten a bit carried away. I find it hard to stop when I start counting my blessings these days. Please, you should come with me and meet my lady. Once she hears of your deed, you'll be witness to her generosity firsthand. What? Lonely, you say? Curse my clumsy feet. I must return to her immediately. I will never leave my lady's side again. My attendant told me everything. I'm so very grateful you were there when we were there to offer your assistance. You seem a dedicated patron. Oh, my attitude is not unusual, I assure you. Without the efforts of our bonded residents, we free citizens would not enjoy the pleasures of our daily lives. They are deserving of our unending gratitude. Mayhap in another society, our different standing would breed prejudice or resentment, but in Yulmore a most glorious measure is in place to avert such unpleasantries. Part of that measure requires that the free surrender their fortunes. Upon registration, all our property, financial, intellectual, or otherwise, is given over to the city. In exchange, we are provided with ample funds and commodities to live a life of pampered luxury. Being liberated from the concern of earning coin has an almost miraculous effect on people's outlook. There are no rivals to compete against, only fellow residents with whom to enjoy our tranquil existence. Now, if you'll excuse us, I must see what the market has to offer as a reward for the return of my handkerchief. Oh, and I've not forgotten you, of course, our courageous messenger turned rescuer. All this talk of relying on the bonded, and I haven't given a thought as to what your duties might be. I hope I haven't interrupted your work unduly. A tour of the city, is it? Then you really must visit the beehive. It's always buzzing with activity. Local humor. Anyway, a lady by the name of Trista Bay usually has her seat near the entrance. She will gladly speak with you on any number of topics, assuming you find yourself on her good side. I think you'll find the beehive is far more diverting than watching me pick out new curtains for the parlor. Do we ever explore to any degree what these are? Like, they talk about it, or it's explained what they are. We go there? Probably not. Because I'll tell you what, I'll be so disappointed if that's the setup for, like, the housing in the first, and it's not in, Lakeland. Welcome to the beehive, my little drone, seeking the sting of excitement to liven up your day. I can tell at a glance when folk are new to our happy colony. It's the nervous fluttering, you see, always gives them away. Why don't we play some cards to set you at ease, eh? A quick game of high or low. It's simply a matter of guessing who has the bigger hand. If you win, I'll grant you a single favor, within reason, of course. Interested? Ready for a game of high or low, then? Good for you. Now, no time like the present, I say. 3 cards for you, 3 cards for me. You flip one of yours over, and I flip 2 of mine. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I'm going to say low. You're going with low, then? Right, let's see what you've got. My cards add up to 16, and you have... Uh-oh. A total of 15. Oh, a close one. Congratulations, your guess was right. Usually I'd concede defeat at this point, but what do you say to a rematch? One more win, and then we'll talk about that favor. Another match of high or low. Come now, little honeybee. We all need our diversions. That's the spirit. Let me sort out the hands. It's the exact same dialogue. Now, what's your call? Will your total be higher or lower than mine? I'm going to go with high. I got a strong feeling about this. You're going with high, then? Right. Let's see what we've got. My cards add up to 10, and you have... I'm already over 10. A total of 22. Well, 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 would you look at that? I think you've got a knack for this newcomer. Congratulations, victory is yours, as is the prize I promised. That's all? How delightfully wholesome, but if knowledge is what you want, then that is what you shall have. In my humble estimation, the most wondrous thing about this town is how safe we are from the Sin-Eaters. They say Lord Vothry was born with the power to command them, which means no Yulmoran ever need raise a weapon in defense of the city. Was that the kind of thing you wish to know? If your itch still needs scratching, you might get a few words out of Arthon over there. There's naught that Mary Sought likes more than the sound of his own voice. Alright, fair. What about you? Alright, that was worth it. Arthon? I walked past him. What's that? New to Yulmore, you say? Gaha. Only just arrived and already you're looking to peel away the layers of mystery. Oh, I'm all for chatting, but you need to slow down and enjoy life, my friend. Tell you what, you hop on that stage and give us a dance first, then we can have our little talk. Sorry, best I can do is look out on these spots where I'm baffled I haven't got them already. Ready for the second most underwhelming racial dance? That's the way. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Now that was a show. You're welcome to clamor up on stage anytime you like. So, what was it you wanted to ask me? Ah, yes, something about our fair city. Well, I can tell you it wasn't always so peaceful as it is today. The Yulmaran army may be the very essence of military might, but even our forces saw grievous losses in the war against the Sin-Eaters. Things changed for us, around 20 years ago now, when the old ruler's son came to power. He's got this way with the Eaters, you see, turns them docile as house cats. I wouldn't be exaggerating to say they've become something of an ally to Yulmore, no longer an enemy to be feared. And yet everywhere else there are still fools who insist on fighting their losing battles. Pah! A toast to Lord Vothry. You've gained a preliminary sense of the city. The Chais and Elfino will be expecting your return. Ah, yes. The assistant. Was there something? Oh, you've returned from your jaunt around the city so soon? You needn't have hurried back. Young Alphino has yet to put brush to canvas. One cannot rush good art, I'm told, or good artists, apparently. Ah, finally. I put together an ensemble, out of the garments you chose. Is this satisfactory? Oh, goodness gracious me, that last outfit was precious, but this makes you look positively dashing. You truly are a handsome boy. However, am I to decide? What happened to painting? Exactly, the lad is an artist, dearest, not a dress-up doll. It's about time we set him to work for the reason we called him here. Must we? I do love a good painting, but I thought since we were enjoying ourselves so thoroughly... Well, I'd not, that is to say, as long as you... Just make sure you give the lad time to prepare. We know who will be upset if he's not ready to paint at a moment's notice. If you say, darling, so shall we pick out some jewelry next? I really must have your mentor concentrate on his art. Our anniversary will be upon us soon, and I promise to have a portrait to commemorate our union. I think Alfino looks simply precious in the more frilly fashions, but he seems the most comfortable in traveling wear. So I settled on his current wardrobe. It's not a common style in Yulmore, but I can just imagine the heads turning as he strides through the crowd. Lady Chai has a very particular sense of beauty, and apparently that extends to how I should dress whilst painting. But this obsession of hers works in our favor, and the time I spend indulging these distractions is time you can use to continue your explorations. For this excursion, I'd like you to delve into the layer below us and sniff about the military headquarters. I'm sure the understory has its own tale to tell. Now is your chance to squeeze in another round of reconnaissance. Go, I will cover your absence should the tries become suspicious. Alright, to the understory, I am using the Ethernet network. Cannot be asked. Even further down, you say. Oh, I could have landed on that. Oh well. Sob sniff. You're one of the bonded, aren't you? Just like me? Please, I need your help. My throat, I can't sing anymore. I've been making excuses, but it's just not getting any better. If my patron thinks I'm of no use to him, then I need you to sneak into the derelicts and describe my condition to Thoric. Here's a list of symptoms and a hunk of meal to pay for his medicines. Please, I have no one else to turn to. You don't know the derelicts? It's a mess of shacks and ships right outside Joyous Hall. That's where the apothecary lives, or at least that's what I've heard. Okay, no, I'm curious now. This one is actually like fairly. Oh, it's just no entry. Alright, never mind. Fair enough. I'm curious, but not enough to actually take that diversion. Nope. Yep. Hehe, you need medicines, tonics, potions. A cure for an ailing voice, is it? No medicine will cure this. Methinks your songbird has a lump in her throat. It must be cut out, excised, and even then her voice may never heal completely. Hee, poor little songbird. Will they kick her from the nest, I wonder, or simply silence her chirps? Ho, your face. You didn't know? Of the many hopefuls who enter the city, very few are ever seen to leave, even as corpses. Oh, you might see one or two fortunate fools hurled from the balconies, but the rest, gone. A town of nightmares, it is. Not for the ship's rat. Oh, no. I am content to scurry around down here and nibble on the crumbs which fall from the table. This consultation is over. You have my verdict, and I have my meal. Good day. Did you get my medicine? Is that... So, that's it. But what am I to do if I can't sing? Ah, there you are, my sweet canary. Have you been crying again? Don't tell me your voice is still not on the mend. Oh, generous sir, have mercy. I've done all I can, but even the apothecary said... Shouldn't have done all that smoking. So you've been suffering all this time. I'm sorry, my pet. I hadn't realized your affliction was this grave. But you needn't fret. I'll not reward your hours of trilling by casting you out into the street. You are too kind, sir. But what use am I if I cannot sing? I fear the day I become more burden to you than treasure. Then I shall have a word with Lord Vothry and arrange for your ascension. In that paradise where resides neither pain nor illness will your song ring out clearly once again. Or mayhap you think it a step too far. No, you would do that for me? Of course, why, I would almost wish to hasten my own ascension, knowing your blessed instrument was waiting there to greet me. Ascension? Ah, you must be a new arrival. Allow me to explain. As all know, the Sin Eaters exist to devour the sinful, but also do they serve to gather the souls of the innocent and shepherd them unto celestial paradise. It is through Lord Vothri that we learn this truth. It is through Lord Vothri's grace that that the free people of Yulmore are destined to embrace salvation. We are blessed to spend our days surrounded by love and merriment until at last we are called to our final rapture. Even the bonded may find a place within that host, should their patrons deem them worthy. Lord Vothri truly is a great man, isn't he? Now, if you will excuse us, we must be on our way. May you find eternal salvation for the compassion you have shown my precious canary. Oh dear gods, my connection. Oh no. Hang on, I'm gonna give it a minute. I'm just gonna pilot myself to a chair. Assuming what the fuck is my internet doing? Look, when I said I was gonna go until I finished the thing or until I was forced, this is not what I was thinking would happen. Are there no fucking chairs down here? Alright, hang on. I have to go back up there anyway. Alright, we're gonna sit. Yeah, here we go. Here's some empty chairs. The bottles of booze perfectly fit my irritation at this fucking... Is Steam downloading something? Oh yeah, now we're back up to the 7,000s. Fuck you. Hang on. No, Steam isn't doing anything, so that's not what the problem is. 8,000 kilobits per second, 9,000 kilobits per second. 10,000? What are you fucking doing? Dear God. What the fuck? Hang on, I'm waiting until I stop dropping frames. Like, I'm literally dropping, like, nearly 100 frames a second. What the fuck? Okay. I think we're coming back. Okay. I think we're back. I'm hardly dropping any frames anymore. In fact, I'm not dropping any frames anymore. Oh, wait, it just jumped up to 7K. Come on. Okay, I think it's calmed down. I think we're good. Just a real quick delay check. That's a normal amount of delay. Okay, we're back. I'm almost there, man. He says, having at least an hour of content left. Yes, my love, you're probably right. Oh, dearest, we really should have found you some new gloves. It is good to see you back. You were taking so long, I began to worry something had happened. I've begun sketching an outline for the portrait, but nay, the chies appear otherwise occupied. Will you share what your investigations have gleaned thus far? So, Lord Vothri boasts some manner of influence over the Sin Eaters, does he? That would explain the reverence in which he is held by the citizenry. And as for this ascension business, I cannot help but be put in mind of that apothecary and his ominous remarks. If so many folks have entered the city over the years, then where do they go? Soylent Green. Okay, we're almost done with this segment. So maybe not an hour, maybe more like 40 minutes. I can do 40 more minutes. Take my eyes off of you for 1 moment, and you're chatting away with an assistant of yours. Am I to assume the outline is done then? What in blazes? It's so unflattering. Explain yourself, Master Alphino. Where is your artistic interpretation? It should evoke images of affluence and nobility and overwhelm the viewer with its boundless beauty. Lord Shai, you stated that this portrait was to commemorate your anniversary. Yours being a joyous union, it seemed to me that a realistic portrait... Realistic? I don't want realism, I want perfection. A spectacle to slacken jaws and weaken knees, to make people cry out in amazement. Now fetch a blank canvas and... Ah! Ah! I say, did that come from above? Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A tale to make you quiver and your noble blood freeze. There was a villain on the loose set to ruin our fair city, but our lord has got him now and his fate will not be pretty. Yes, the hammer of justice is poised to come crashing down, and one and all who'd watch it fall are invited to join his lordship in the offer. A malcontent? How dreadful. And this man is to face sentencing? That's right, in fact, if you're curious, it might be worth you going along for the experience. The offer they mentioned is part of the Emergent, the level above us where Lord Vothri resides. Ordinarily, you would be barred from entering, but it seems to be opening its doors for the next little while. The Crown Lift will take you up there. We had better not dawdle then. If you want to see justice being served, stop dawdling and take the Crown Lift up to the Emergent. You'll be careful around that malcontent, won't you? I should so hate for you to come to any harm, although I imagine Lord Vothri has the villain well under control. If I were to come to harm, she says to the man wearing like a full suit of armor and multiple swords. We're going to ignore the fact that the white sword is completely ornamental, but, you know, joining the crowd up there? Yes. I would like to get to the dungeon, please. If this stream reaches 6 hours, I might collapse from exhaustion. That's a lie. It's a fucking lie, man. I could probably go for a good 8-9 hours. I would not be in good shape at the end of that, though. And I mean...
That's Vothri.
All the more training for a Dawn Trail, am I right? With my going to be like 12-odd hour streams, where the only thing keeping me running is going to be a constant drip feed of fucking coffee and... I try to think of some other, like, you know, but I ain't really got anything else, nor am I interested in doing anything else that could further spike my fucking extents. You guys ready for the fucking hour-long intermission where I'm literally just taking a nap?
He's attended by sin-eaters. But how does he keep them from attacking?
Oh, yeah.
Mercy! Mercy!
That can't be good.
By the 12. Kaishia, what happened to you?
Who are these impudent louts? I do not recall requesting their presence.
Lord Vothri, what is the meaning of this? Why is this poor man bleeding to death on your floor?
Why? You ask me why? Because criminals must be punished. And this man is guilty of fraud. He came to us, claiming to be a man.
Ah, fucking... Oh god, no.
It's a city built on love.
B isn't the answer. Nope.
Those who have naught to give and live only to take
Nope.
are a
Nope.
blight upon our society.
No. I'll experiment more with this. Fucking. I'll experiment more with that when I'm not on
To
stream.
atone for this crime,
It's gotta be a way to do it,
I
man.
ordered that he fling himself from the balcony. And he had the temerity to weep. Please, my lord, anything but that.
I hate to be that guy. Who am I kidding? I love being that guy. There's no blood in the knife. Knife's completely clean. Did he take a break from cutting off his arm to wipe it clean?
What then
With
is
someone
a man
else?
of mercy to do? But offer the sinner another way to show his contrition.
Another way? Meaning what exactly?
Sin Eaters are part of Yulmore's society, but they must be fed with ether. So, I demanded an offering of flesh, carved by
No
his
good
own
options.
hand, from his own hide. And still, he could not do as I asked. A wholly unsatisfactory performance.
It is true that Kaishir won his place here by fraud, but his actions were driven only by a desire to share in your paradise. That you would cast him out, I could almost accept. But to humiliate him thus, to demand his very life? Is this truly the way of Yulmore?
Dim, deluded child. Have you ever paused to consider what it takes to maintain such a paradise in this barren, broken world of ours? The guarantee of safety and stability. The knowledge that if one only abides by the rules, one has naught to fear. I alone can offer these things, for I alone can command the Sin Eaters.
I really gotta lower the balance on the music.
Am I alone the voice of justice? And any who oppose me
Yeah, that's kind of what I
deserves to be
figured.
punished.
And people call this paradise.
You were granted a place in my city for a particular skill. What was it?
Painting.
Oh, an artist! Then you shall paint a picture for me of Yulmore. If I find your art pleasing, then I may excuse this display of insolence. Who gave you permission to tend to that criminal's wounds? I told you to paint me a picture!
What you need is a mirror, not a painting. It will capture the horror I see before me far better than I ever could. Can you walk?
Did that little worm just insult me? I'll kill them! I'll kill them all! I'll enslave their minds! I'll torment them! Torture them! Then tear out their hearts!
Vothri's VA is just on another fucking planet, man. It is so fucking good. Oh, I love Vothri so much. He is so fucking hateable. Thank you, again. Forgive me, in my anger, I seem to have marched us back outside again. Though it is probably best we leave the island altogether. I believe we've won our welcome in Yulmore. In any case, I've seen enough of the world's self-proclaimed capital city to convince me that our battle against the Sin Eaters will find new allies in Calusia. Few allies. Okay. I will accompany you back to the I will accompany you back to the Crystarium. We need to regroup and think on our strategy anew. Kaishir, I have done you a grave disservice. You were hungry and desperate, and I offered you a solution without once considering the risks inherent in your accepting it. If I had but known the price you would be made to pay. You gave me everything I needed to make your idea work. It was me who made a mess of things, not you. But even after all the trouble I caused, you still stepped in and saved me, and now Lord Vothri wants us dead. When I come back with us to the Crystarium, I'm certain we can find work for you there if you are willing. No, that would just be me leaning on your kindness again. I need to do some thinking, learn how to stand on my own 2 feet. Which is what you would be doing in the Crystarium. You'd be working, like... Very well, but you must promise you'll be careful. The Yulmorans may yet come looking for us. I'll keep my head down, don't worry, and you take care too. Give me the chance to repay what you've done for me. Alphino! Lord and Lady Chai. What in blazes did you do? They have the entire city looking for you. I took a peek at your unfinished portrait, Alphino. Now, I've had many a beautiful and striking picture painted for me, but there was something about your work. It was as if you had caught the very essence of our love and rendered it naked upon the canvas. It was bold, unflinching, and I adored it. Please, you must come back with us and finish what you began. I will speak with Lord Vothri and vouch for your character. I'm sure we can smooth things over. I'm sure we can smooth over any hard feelings. I'm sorry, Lady Chai, but there are more important matters to which I must attend. More important? What could be more important than enjoying the days we have left to us to the fullest? Pray, press me no further. We are leaving, but I would not presume to take the garments you are so kind as to procure for me. One moment. I wouldn't hear of it. Keep the clothes, you silly boy. I insist. And I shall make arrangements so you can pass through the gate without causing a stir. I expect you to come and visit. I will return, I promise you that. The outrage I witnessed must not go unanswered. The next time we meet, I shall be better prepared to confront the corruption which hides behind the glittering facade. And we're out of here. So close now. So close now. Oh, I just saw something. Oh, I'm gonna deal with that later. sorry. Nothing concerning stream. Shouldn't have even mentioned it. That's my bad. Thank you, my friend, for staying at my side through this whole sordid endeavor. Whilst not quite the joyous outcome I had hoped for, our efforts have nevertheless answered a great many questions. Suffice it to say, our plans for saving the First are unlikely to involve the aid of Lord Vothery and his subjects. Come, we must speak with the Exarch and chart a new course. This is far from over. Oh, I should have talked. No, he would have just asked me if I wanted to go back so soon. To the Ocular. Look at that. Convenient Aetheryte shard. Oh, ooh, my blood's fucking boiling right now, man. I'm not a happy man. If you have business with the Crystal Exarch, just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. I see you've reunited with my brother as well. I'd dearly love to hear how that one story went. I am told you and Alfino carried out his scheme to infiltrate Healmore. I would ask what you thought of its base amusements, but I doubt you are eager to relive the experience. It is good to be back amongst friends, not to mention my dear sister. I have not seen her for some time, but I gather she is as keen to press on with our plans as I am. And you've seen quite a lot of the First yourself now, more than enough to appreciate the scale of the obstacles we face. Let us lay our discoveries before the Exarch and discuss what must be done. If only every town could share the Crystarium's spirit of independence. Still, I suppose one cannot decide for others what they should and should not deem important. My powers of persuasion have certainly had little effect on the people of Calusia. Whenever I come to the Crystarium, the sands of Amarang seem... Okay, that's the old dialogue.
And so you return.
And so I return indeed.
Have you gained a better understanding of the crisis now faced by the First?
We've got an insane tyrant and the Sin Eaters.
Better is not the word I would use. Some lands may have been spared the flood, but the survivors live only to suffer. There seems no end to the horrors inflicted by the Sin Eaters.
Indeed. Those abominations are a calamity in their own right. And I can well imagine how hopeless the task of eradicating them must seem to you. But after countless battles and untold sacrifice, we have identified a potential weakness. Sin Eaters are drawn to serve the strongest of their kind, a class of creature we call Light Wardens. And from what we have been able to ascertain, only a handful of these entities exist. Just as an ant colony will perish in the absence of its queen, we believe that the death of a Light Warden will cause the lesser creatures within its sphere of influence to disperse.
I have a feeling Yulmore might have something to say about any concerted action we take against these monsters. Vorthra's command over the Sin Eaters is integral to Yulmoran society. In seeming to guarantee his people's safety, it guarantees their obedience. He will not take kindly to us depriving him of such useful allies.
Agreed. Thus we will need to occupy or otherwise divert his forces whilst we proceed with the business of eliminating the Wardens. Until we have done so, all other considerations must be set aside if we are to forestall the 8th Umbral Calamity.
Are you sure that eliminating the Wardens will be enough?
Your uncertainty is understandable, given the circumstances. Perhaps a more detailed explanation is in order. To begin at the beginning, then. In the ancient past, a single star was divided into 14 worlds. This is the source, your home. These others are the 13 shards, in whose number we find the first. Though physically separate, they retain a connection to each other, and with the source especially. Now, let us assume that a given element in one of the shards attains abnormal ascendancy. Just as water will flow from the highest point to the lowest, the excess energy will begin trickling into the source. And such an influx of ether will of course exert a palpable influence. If the element in question were fire, then drought and wildfires might ensue. If it were ice, one might expect the weather to turn bitterly cold. As ether continues to pour in, such phenomena will become more and more extreme, until eventually, a single, untimely event triggers a disaster which cracks the barrier dividing the two worlds. What was once a trickle now becomes a deluge, sweeping the shard along to be rejoined with the source. At the same time, the element which held sway in the shard is unleashed in full, its energies amplifying the original disaster to truly catastrophic proportions. An earthquake thus magnified might strike with enough force to shatter continents. A tidal wave might swell to a size capable of drowning entire nations. These devastating events are what we refer to as umbral calamities. 7 times has a calamity befallen the source. 7 times has a shard been absorbed.
Lightning. Fire. Earth. Water. Ice. Darkness.
At present, the light-drowned realm of the First stands perilously close to meeting the conditions for a rejoining. It is the Sin Eaters who are to blame for the light's continued dominance. In addition to attracting their lesser kin, the Light Wardens I mentioned earlier radiate ether, saturating every corner of their territory with light. Even here in the flood-spared region of Norvrant, their influence is strong enough to banish night from the sky. Thus, if we are to restore balance to the First and head off a potential calamity, it is imperative that we put each and every Light Warden to the sword.
We've been doing our best to take the fight to the enemy ever since we first heard the Exarch's explanation.
Though we have yet to claim any meaningful victories if truth be told. Apart from being confoundingly elusive, the Light Wardens possess a troublesome quality which compelled us to delay our plans until such time as you arrived.
Forgive the interruption, my lord, but Hallminster Switch is requesting reinforcements. They say the Sin Eaters are attacking in force, and the village could soon be overrun.
Alert the guard. We should be prepared in case the fighting reaches the Crystarium. You have command of our forces in the field, Captain, but hold off on entering the town until I arrive. That goes for Alphino and Alize as well.
Here it comes, guys.
Lend us your strength. Such a fight will provide you with far greater insight than any explanation I could offer.
Holminster Switch is in the north of Lakeland, so we had best make haste with our preparations. In fact, meet me outside the Crystarium at the crossroads northwest of Ancestor Gate, and I shall lead you there myself. I think I can aetheryte right outside. I should be able to, right? Yeah, there we go. All set. If we follow this road north, we will arrive at the northern staging point. The village itself lies not far beyond. Quickly now. Wonder how feasible it would be to actually, like, legitimately have the Amaro by this point. I bet someone has to have done it at least once before, just because they got really like invested in like Eureka or some shit. So they just leveled a metric fuck ton of everything. I could believe it. I can't imagine it's happened more than a few times though. It's got to be a very fucking rare thing, or like it's intentionally done for the memes, right? Ooh, a ninja. I wonder if they're queuing. Your assistance is appreciated. You're here? We are heading in together, yes? Sure, Elise. The Exarch asked that we wait, so we waited. Oh shit, was that the fucking gunbreaker? He's just fucking chilling there, AFK? Dude! He caught up with me. Congrats, man. Hats off. How long has he been waiting there? Holminster Switch is past these gates and through the woods. It's not exactly a near neighbor to the Crystarium, but as we occupy the same region, we have built up something of a cooperative relationship. What can we expect inside, Captain? The town is beset by a swarm unlike any we've seen in recent years. We did our best to evacuate the villagers, but as many as half remain. Judging by the number of eaters present, we have good reason to believe that a light warden leads the attack. How convenient, it seems we'll have our chance to slay a warden sooner than we expected. One does not simply slay a warden. Has he not told you what happens if you defeat one of those fiends? They hold more light inside them than all their underlings put together. It can be struck down, aye, but its essence won't dissipate like the weaker kind. Vile aether will billow outwards and envelop the nearest living being, a reckless young swordsman perhaps, and turn her into a brand new warden. Ah, well, you can leave that particular quandary to us. I must ask that the guard stand down and allow us to engage this leader of eaters alone. Concentrate on the survivors. We must save every life we can. But what if... Understood, my lord. As captain of the guard, however, I will not watch you brave such danger without an escort from our ranks. I insist I go with you. Very well. Then our warden slaying party shall include myself, the Leviers, Captain Lena, and last but not least... What are you going to call me by? Adventurer? You can't call me the Warrior of Light, that'd end well. You can't call me the Warrior of Darkness, because that's not established yet. Cough, cough, wink, wink. A formidable group indeed. Into Homelancer Switch we go. Once we reach the Light Warden, do not hold back. We strike to kill. In what better way to fight off the light than as a Warrior of Darkness? Yeah. I know how all this works. And so, I finally switch to my main, Dark Knight. Oh, it feels good. Feels good. Now, how bad is this queue gonna be? Less than 5 minutes? Oh, I certainly fucking hope so. Yeah, it's totally the same, same Gunbreaker. Hopefully he's AFK because he had to do something and not because he was waiting so long for the queue. Wait, I bet I can talk to them. Hang on. Small talk. As you may have deduced, the troublesome quality of the Wardens, which I endeavored to raise earlier, was his confounded capacity for spontaneous rebirth. But the Exarch seems confident he has matters in hand, so I shall trust that we may slay our foe without fear of the etheric aftermath. My restorative spells are at your disposal. I can't help but wonder if the scale of this raid is related to the recruiting the Eaters were doing in Amarang. Not that it matters, after all the combat I saw there, I'm more than ready to test my magics against one of these greater abominations. Hey, there we go. Can't I sneak in the rest, though? Command of the Sorte is yours, though I am not as spry as I once was. I hope my long years of experience will serve you in some capacity. I can wield spells to heal or harm, and even fashion an arcane shield and sword. Should we need defensive walls? Please say the word. Lena, destroy Light Warden for good, if possible, why not? Before the Exarch believes, I will force retreat, damn if necessary, guards, meek, something or other, let's go. We can all read, I assume. I hope you can read. If you can't read, I'm very sorry. Now for the real question. Will my Dark Knight portrait actually spawn, or will it not? Because I wasn't technically in... Because I wasn't able to apply my glamour. One can hope, but... Hey, let's go. Yeah, this first pull is fucking spicy. So is the second pull, and the third pull, and the fourth pull. But you know, we got through it. It's fine. I just gotta do one more. We'll be okay. I have total faith in this sage. Even though I've burned through most of my medication. I'm sure it'll be fine. I mean, I still have TBN, so... Oh my fucking god! Use no AoEs. My health back. This is fine. I need TBN backup, please. Thank you. See? Easy. No stress. Very easy. Good job, Sage. You're actually pretty good. Oh, fucking God. Oh. You know what? Very good. I didn't even need to LD there. Couldn't ask for better. So that wasn't the Tank Buster. Okay. No, hit me again, please. Oh, I hate you. Uh-oh. Oh, snapshot. Sad. Oh, there's the Tank Buster. Oops. Uh-oh. Oh, he's fine. We're good. Wait, Dark Machinery is level 76? Why did I think I got it in like my late 60s? You fucked up my location. Ooh. Rude. Party's bringing some pretty good damage. Greed, 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 worth it, greed. Ouch, my health. Let me die. Let me die. There we go. Beautiful. That's the worst of the pulls done. Everything from here on out is easy. Ish. Mostly. So, in a perfect world, I would have been able to queue as samurai and get to the final boss. No, and get past the first boss and then switch to Dark Knight. So that even unsynced, you can't do that. So, unfortunately, wasn't an option. I checked. So, the enter is Dark Knight. What are you doing? Oh, they're dead. Uh-oh. Don't do it again, please. Oh, can't give TBN to the healer because it's on cooldown. There we go. Greed. Too far away. Oh, this way. I'm forgetting myself. Uh-oh. I'm not doing a very good job timing my TBNs, man. Hey, someone else stunned him. Whoever did that, you are my favorite person. I did it again. I wasted TBN again. I am legitimately mad at myself. And I call myself a fucking Dark Knight main. fuck? Thank you. Good. I just realized that the healer and the Reaper are probably gonna party together. Otherwise, that is some really fun coincidence. That wouldn't be good. Who's getting chained? Reaper? Light. Your obsession with stacking as far away from you as possible. Ninja. Don't quite have limited to. In a perfect, Ninja's dead. Yeah. In a perfect world, the Reaper would LB literally right now. Hey, Reaper, good job. Yeah, there we go. Not a bad card. Not a bad card. I ain't even got no one to say GG to. Single tear rolls down cheek.
It's releasing its ether. Fall back. We cannot let it touch us. Quickly, my lord, we must withdraw.
That will not be necessary, Captain. Though I appreciate your concern. The eternal light of these creatures has confounded us for nigh on 100 years. For each we have put down, another has risen up in its place, born of the self-same ether relinquished by its predecessor. But now we have a way to contain that corruption. blessing of light, and the hero who wields it now stands before you.
Hit my mic.
Behold, the monster's power is broken, and the world, twisted by its touch, returns to its rightful form.
It's so beautiful.
The sunless sea. The warrior of darkness has come.
Is that what I think it is?
The night sky, as it should be.
Who are you people? You
Heroes.
killed a warden, then bathed in its ether as if it were a spring shower, and now the sky? The legends are true. My lord?
How many years have I waited for this moment? For the one possessed of her blessing. For you. You have vanquished the Light Warden of Lakeland, and for the first time in a century, darkness has returned to the mantle of night. Without the ever-present light to sustain them, the Sin Eaters will have no choice but to retreat. Yet our victory is far from complete. Though darkness has fallen here, the other wardens yet bask beneath burning skies, feasting upon what little life remains. Even should it cost me all I have, I would see each and every one of them slain, that this world might be spared from oblivion. Not only for the first, but for the source as well. Save one, and we save the other. But, be that as it may, I concede it was wrong of me to summon you to this fight against your will. I swear, on my life, I will one day atone for that deed, but for the present, I beg you, stay and see this fight to its conclusion. Cast down the Wardens and restore darkness to the First.
It sounds like a glorious adventure.
On behalf of the First, I offer you my deepest thanks.
I understand there is much at stake here, Exar, but why do you risk yourself so readily? It must have been a dangerous drain on your ether to summon even one person across the rift.
I do it for my people, of course. To give the Crystarium the tomorrow it deserves.
That is true now, yes, but the city had yet to be built when you first called forth the Crystal Tower. I'm simply curious to know what prompted you to commit yourself so completely to this particular course.
There are things which we can ill afford to lose. And I sensed from the first that I had a part to play in preserving them. Forgive me. I fear the events of the day may have taken their toll. Despite appearances, I am an old man. One burdened with many difficult memories, some too painful to recall.
Well then, I'm sorry for pressing you. It's a family failing, I'm afraid.
One which has served us well more often than not. Needless to say, we will continue to fight at your side until the last Sin Eater is defeated.
Come then, my warriors of darkness. Let us gather the surviving villagers and make our way back to the Crystarium.
Without that constant glare, Lakeland seems an entirely different place. It's over, yes. I might need a moment. It's as if the sky itself had disappeared into the heavens. If I didn't have wounded to tend to, I'd never stop staring. How quickly you have justified my faith in you. So many lives saved, and the sky itself heralds your success. A single victory in a larger struggle, perhaps, but a monumentous one nonetheless. Alright, so I'm going to wrap things up here. I got where I wanted to get, and would you believe me if I said the only reason I was adamant about pushing to this point was that the thumbnail I have set aside for Shadowbringers MSQ would make more sense. But but that was a good fucking stream. I want to thank everyone for stopping by who did, everyone for chatting who did, and anyone for just watching who did. Anyone who gives me the time of day is deeply valued by me. But until I stream again, have a good one all.